Hello, everyone. Let's wait a few more minutes to let others join as well. Hello, everyone. I think we are getting critical mass here. Let me just find the chat and Zoom chat and throw the Etherpad link in there too. Before we start, does anyone have any questions or any comments to the agenda? Also, if you have a chance, please sign in that you attended the meeting. Trying to keep count how many people we get on each session. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Did you all have a chance to look at the agenda? Does it look good? Um,
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Yeah, a good set of topics. So yeah, looking forward to it.
okay, amazing. Thank you all. All right. I think we can start and jump in. Is there anyone on the call today who's not actively participating in Kata? I mean, anyone who's new? Most names look familiar to me, but if there's anyone who's new, we can do some intro kind of um, segment at the beginning. If not, then I'm happy to jump into the first topic in a bit. Let me just update the PTG schedule. There's if anyone's new to the PTG, the virtual PTG itself, there's a ptg.opendav.org page. Where we are trying to maintain what's on each session, and you can drive that through IRC in a tool that is called PTG Bot. So let me just update that. Okay. So the first session topic that I added to the agenda, and it is the starting conversation to accommodate people in Asia Pacific and make this session available for them, that we also would like to do for the AC meetings. The current big challenge is that we have people in all big major time zone regions. So it makes it kind of impossible to schedule a call that is comfortable for everyone. However, based on current observations recently, it seems like more active contributors are in Europe and Asia Pacific than in America. So it would probably make sense to at least alternate the Kata meeting time slot, or we can also try to find one that is Europe and Asia Pacific friendly and doable in America. However, that is usually hard. Let me see if this link works. I threw in a link that just kind of shows how these time zones look like. And what I've been thinking about is try to look for alternating meeting slots to hit like this time interval that is an overlap between Europe and Asia Pacific. And if we could find an alternative time slot that is also doable, like we could move the current architecture committee call to a bit earlier. That is still not that awful in, for instance, China. Yeah. So what I put on the Etherpad, let me just jump back there, is I'm working with another community where they have more people in America, and and some people in Asia Pacific, but only a smaller group. So they have the first community call of the month is what Asia Pacific friendly, and the rest is I think the same time slot on another day as the Kata AC meeting currently. So we could try to implement something similar here, saying that we would have one US friendly AC call, could be every first Tuesday of the month. And then the rest of the times are something that is EU Asia Pacific friendly, or we could do the 1 week US friendly, 1 week Europe Asia Pacific friendly, as another option. What do people on the call think?
Hey, Fabiano here. I would like to just add my 2 cents to this. Like, I think that the architectural committee, as it is right now, half of the members are in APAC, and the other half of the members are in Europe. If people are bringing any kind of discussion that depends on the architectural committee to actually take an action, it would be better to have a time zone where the majority of the AC members are located, right? So which makes me think, like, what is the main usage of the one that is like US friendly? So I would try to accommodate thinking about the AC members and make it friendlier to the AC members to actually be able to join and take decisions and things like that.
So yeah, I think that makes sense, and I made the same observation to Ildiko before. I think we just want to be aware that we don't exclude people in the US from having the opportunity to get involved in the architecture committee by it not ever fitting in their time zone.
Yeah, I agree with the not exclusion part. Like, of course, we want to be as open as possible to everyone in the world. But if the main focus of the meeting is to actually make a decision, like unblock something, if we do this in a US friendly time zone, where half of the architectural committee is not able to join, that's useless. For the purpose of having a decision from the AC. That's my main point here.
Yes, I tend to agree with Fabiano here.
One thing that I would just put on the table, not disagreeing with anything that was said previously, that one good practice in global communities is to try to avoid making decisions on meetings, because it even if it's in a time slot that is comfortable for every decision maker on the meeting, there can be other circumstances because of which a few people cannot make that call, where you want to make a certain decision. So finding ways to be able to vote offline and use the meeting as an opportunity to have a deeper dive conversation, that is usually a better strategy in terms of making decisions, to make sure that that the leadership body is inclusive to all of its members, as well as the entire community, to be able to weigh in on a topic, so you all can take that into consideration. One way I saw this done before is voting on the mailing list. Another way I saw this done before is having a repo for the leadership body, and and any decision that they wanted to make is a new review where everyone is voting from that leadership body. And once they have a consensus in the votes, depending on their policy, then the review gets merged, and that's when they say that this is approved. It's just an example to make sure that decision making involves everyone, regardless of a meeting time, if you all want to consider that. When it comes to having something that is accessible to the US, like it came up that it would be great to go back to having the community manager facilitating the meetings. If you look at the time intervals that are sort of friendly, comfortable in Asia Pacific and Europe, that's like midnight and after midnight. So it's very similar to what the current meeting time is in Asia Pacific, because I think right now with the UTC change, it's 11 p.m. So if we are doing an early morning in Europe, then I can still do that. However, I know that we have at least one active person in US Central Time Zone, and for them it would be 1 a.m. in the morning. I'm not saying that, again, we have to set the meeting time for the two of us, but maybe having one meeting a month that is accessible for us and anyone else who might get interested in Kata in America, that would be nice. If that's not the vote, that is okay too. I'm just adding the other perspective to the mix. What do you all think?
Let me just reply to the part about making decisions. Like, I know you are kind of new to the community, Ildiko, but we try to have all the discussions possible in pull requests, right? That's the way we go. We have a Slack channel, we have discussions there, and we only bring to the AC something that has been already discussed in all the parts possible, all the places possible, in order to get to an agreement that was not able to be reached like through GitHub, through Slack, something like that. So this is the part that worries me a little bit. If we do, let's say we keep the same time zone as we have, which we have seen that this is problematic. If we keep the same time zone, it will be very hard for Tao, for Fupan, for Gary to be able to join and actually give their input on what is being proposed. And their input is very valuable, right? I'm not saying that we should not look at the US time zone, but instead of making folks from China show up in the meeting like 11 p.m. every single week, what about like making meetings US friendly, as you mentioned, when those are needed, when there are requests coming from people who are in the US?
If we jump around with the meeting times, I think that will be hard for people to follow and for newcomers to stumble into the call. Oh, Greg has his hand raised. Greg?
Yes, there was a remark from Pavel on the chat. Good remark. What do people from APAC think of this, since they're really impacted by the current schedule? What's their take?
I still want to understand um, how many folks from the US are regularly attending the AC meeting right now.
out
I-
of the top of my head, not too many. I guess if you consider, I don't know if Viner would count. He's not a US folks, but he's
I don't know.
behind Europe. But like Aurelian fairly regularly joins. I guess the challenge we have discussing this is it is like 20 past 6, I think, for Aurelian now in the morning. So the folks from West Coast probably aren't joining this meeting to have their say on whether it gets moved to disadvantage them. So it's a bit of a tricky one. But I think it is definitely fair to say there are more active people in APAC than there are in the US at the moment. But
Yeah, I don't know the exact numbers either, in terms of how many people from the US / Americas are joining. That's why, but back to Fabiano's point in terms of the current architecture committee, is technically in Europe and APAC, and many active community members are also in those regions. So in that regard, I support the comments in terms of not prioritizing the Americas region, in terms of like if the community wants one meeting time slot, then we should not. I don't think we should prioritize Americas. The trick is that if you all want the sort of the golden-ish time slot that is 6 in the morning somewhere. So could be 6 in the morning in Europe, and then it's middle of the day in Asia Pacific, and in the evening / at night in Americas. Although for the East Coast is that would still be around 2-3. The other golden slot is the 6 a.m. US West Coast. That is 3 in the afternoon in Europe, but it is still 9 in the evening in Asia Pacific. So if these are the golden ones that are doable but uncomfortable in most of the places. So if you all want to look into prioritizing only Europe and APAC, then it's somewhere here. That's like morning Europe between 8 and let's say noon, and that is 2 in the afternoon till 6 in the afternoon in Asia Pacific. Fabiano, I think it was you who wanted to chime in.
Just to make clear about the inclusivity here, right? You are talking about Europe as one big thing. Keep in mind that UK, for instance, is 1 hour behind, right? So when you're suggesting like a 6 a.m., we are talking about 5 a.m. for one of the AC members.
And that's
Yes.
4 a.m. in half of the year when we're not in
4 a.m. in half
daylight
of
savings. Which
True. We are
also
keeping
adds,
UTC. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, then golden-ish. Okay. So in terms of alternating or not, maybe let's try to take some baby steps just to see what options I should look up. So do you all want alternating time slots, or would you all prefer one time slot wherever that is?
I'm not against alternating. My observation would be that in the Cocoa community, we have the same challenge with wide representation and we used to have alternating time slots, not quite those golden periods. I think we alternated between maybe 1 UTC and 1 p.m. UTC, sorry, and 4 p.m. UTC, and the community felt like it was being split, or some people were being split, because some of us in Europe could make, and East Coast could make all the meetings, East Coast US, but people in West Coast and APAC could only make half of them. But that's difficult for those people when you've got some who can come to every meeting and others who are only on every other one. You don't want to just repeat the same conversations in them. But yeah.
Yeah, I would prefer to having one fixed slot as well, because we used to have the time shift AC meeting schedule, and it usually screws things up at least twice a year. So I would love to have one.
Okay. And okay. We also have comment in the chat that Devin LA is good with watching recordings and catching up on the notes in the meeting Etherpad if we pick a time slot that is not really doable in that region. Okay. We are running out of time for this conversation, so I will put up I will create I don't know, an issue, or if I could also create a PR to propose changes to the meeting logistics, although probably an issue is better for now, just to make sure that everyone can weigh in on the different options. I will note down that on the PTG session, the preference was to have one time slot for the call series, and I will create a poll that suggests options in terms of what would work best for people who are actively involved in the AC meetings. And from the conversation today, it seems like the consensus is to look for those time slots that are Europe and Asia Pacific friendly. Is that a good summary of the conversation, or did I leave anything out?
Sounds quite accurate to me.
Just to make sure that we are not dragging the conversation out here. Thank you everyone for the input, and feel free to ping me on Slack as well. We can have a continued conversation semi-synchronously on Slack about this as well. And I will create the issue, and I will bug people to weigh in on the different questions and weigh in on the poll. And we will change the logistics once we have a rough consensus on what would be the best time for people involved to attend meetings. There was one idea that came up that is still related to the AC meetings, which is use of the meeting time. It's more food for thought. right now, but the idea is to look into any activity that kind of needs attention, triaging bugs sometimes maybe, or reviewing something that is a heavier topic patch, looking into CI issues, anything that comes to mind that is kind of a bottleneck. Currently, to use the meeting time as kind of a working session. And if I didn't bring the best examples, apologies for that. But yeah, the idea is to utilize the meeting time even when there aren't that many topics otherwise for the call. And I also wanted to ask, but I can throw that into the issue as well, if people want to have a similar concept that what Coco is doing right now, where people bring presentations about what they are doing and what they are planning to do, or like if there are any desires in terms of meeting topics and curating the meeting topics that I might be able to help with. If there are any immediate comments to that, we can get to it really quick, and then we can move on to the next topic.
I guess my immediate quick topic, as I think I might have raised the suggestion to do it, but I think maybe I was suggesting it rather than having separate working groups. I think depending on the time zone, maybe certain working group meetings might be useful. For example, a lot of the folks who are involved in CI are based Mexico, Latin America. So maybe we do need to look at saying, oh, maybe we have a slightly different time and place for specific topics if there is a aggregation of people in a certain time zone working on those. But yeah, I guess we can solve the meeting time issue first, and then think about whether working groups might actually be better to be more inclusive in particular areas.
Sounds good. Yeah, let's look into where the meeting time lands first, and then we can figure out the contents and what to do with the working group type activities where we have a subgroup of people who are active and doing something. Awesome, thank you. To keep ourselves on schedule, if we have Fupan on the call, then we can jump on to the PVM topic.
Yeah. Thank you.
Would you like to share your screen?
Yeah, okay.
I will stop sharing.
Mhm. Oh, I have to re-enter the Zoom to show my screen.
There should be a share screen button on the bottom of the Zoom window. To me, it shows up as green, and I think all participants should be able to share.
Sorry for the delay. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Let me see the PowerPoint. Okay. My topic is about run Kata containers on PVM. PVM is a new project developed by Ant Group and Alibaba, and we have open source this project recently. And this project is mainly to help Kata containers, like Kata containers, and the other secure containers to run anywhere without the hardware virtualization supported environment. In this topic, I will show some the following 4 topics. The first, I will simply introduce about the PVM, and then I will talk about the value of PVM to Kata containers. And the third, we will talk about how to promote PVM in Kata containers and adopted by Kata container in our community. And last, I will show a live demo to show how Kata container to run on the PVM. Now first, let's introduce about the nest virtualization. As we know, Kata containers must be run with the virtualization supported. So for some clouds, they didn't support the nested virtualization. For this case, the Kata container wouldn't run on them. But for some cloud environment, they will support the nest virtualization. But the nest virtualization's performance is very poor. We have did some performance test with some nest virtualization. We ran the representative benchmarks to demonstrate how expensive the 2-level nested virtualization is compared to a single-level virtualization in KVM. We can show the results so that nested virtualization causes substantial performance loss to some workloads, especially for some memory-intensive workloads and some concurrent workloads. Those required the concurrent page table updates. And the performance difference, we can see that the nested performance is very low than the single level virtualization. We can show the picture, the lower is better. We can see the next KVM virtualization is very poor for the spicy GBB and the key build. So the next virtualization has some big poor we can see the poor performance. The first is it will the next virtualization will cause traps to the level 1 hypervisor. So this is will take a long time. And second, the next virtualization will involve the level 0 hypervisor to do some work. For example, when the hardware interrupt occurs or some traps occurs in the guest, and with this, the guest will exit to the hypervisor level 0 to do some process, and then they will deliver the required instructions such as the interrupt or some traps to inject into the next guest to deal with it, and this will cause the performance very poor. So in order to solve those issues, we want to develop a new a friendly nest virtualization to support Kata containers to run on those cases. So we have two main objectives. The first is to avoid abusive traps to level 0, so that even when there are some hardware interrupt or the traps occurs in the nested guest, it will not to do some VM exit to the level to the hypervisor 0 to deal with the process. So this will not involve the level 0 to do something. And second, we don't want to want the hypervisor level 0 to do any modifier, since we know that if we want the KVM to support the nest virtualization, we should have to modify the level 0 KVM to support the nest virtualization. And the last, it will also use some hardware assisted nest virtualization to do it. If the hardware not supported it, the nest virtualization will not be supported. So in order to fix those problems, we designed this PVM. So the PVM is also located as the KVM, and the PVM is API compatible with the KVM, so that the Kata and other virtual machines can run on PVM without any changes. So they can run on the KVM and also run on the PVM at the same time. Here, this is the PVM's design overview. We put the nested guest into run into the ring 3 of the host, so that this is different from the KVM which will run on in the ring on the ring 0 and the ring 3 on the noise root mode, so that the PVM will let the guest kernel and the guest user base, both of them, run on the host ring 3, so that this will warrant security for the guest, since they have no privilege to access the host kernel. And we have do some performance tests to compare with the PVM and with the nested KVM. Here we can see that the nest virtualization with the PVM and the red bar, so that it's very lower than the KVM nested virtualization. And the lower is better. We can see the PVM is much better than the KVM nested virtualization. And the second, so that with the concurrency benchmark, we can see that the block bench shows the PVM nested performance is equal or since not worse than the KVM nest virtualization. The third and the fourth are also the benchmarks we compared with the normal benchmark performance tests. We can see that most of the cases, the nest PVM is not worse or even work much better than the PVM nest ventilation. Now the PVM project we have been the source code we has been open sourced to the Linux kernel upstream and for review. And we have some demos also published on the GitHub. And we also published a paper this one last year. If anyone interested on it, you can access them. Now let me talk about the value PM take to bring to Kata containers. Just I had said, Kata containers should be run on the virtual machines with the ventilation support. And so most of the time we need the bare metal ventilation to support to run. So this will limit the Kata containers deployment, since we know for the cloud, the bare metal is very expensive than the for example, for than the ventilation machines. So if we can use the PVM to run on the virtual machines, then we can deploy our Kata containers to in these virtual machines. So if the PVM are deployed on the cloud, we can run Kata containers such as we can deploy them on Alibaba Cloud or even Google Cloud and AWS EC2 and also Microsoft Azure, those clouds. Since the Alibaba Cloud is not support the Nest ventilation, so if we can put the PVM on the Alibaba's ECS, then we can run Kata containers in this ECS. I have think about one use case for Kata container users. They can such as use the PVM to deployment on the mixed with other cloud such as Google Cloud or Alibaba, so that they can use Kata containers to support or to support some function services or even serverless services. Last, let me talk about how to promote PVM and plus Kata containers in our Kata community. First, if we want the Kata containers to support the PVM, we should let the Kata containers get kernel to support the PVM ABI. So there are some small changes to our Kata guest kernel. And second, I think we can publish a white paper or use case for how Kata containers running on PVM, so that our Kata containers users can know how to run, how to use PVM plus Kata containers to run their environment. A third one is that since our Kata container CIs are most run on the hardware, so if we can use PVM to instead to replace those bare metal machines, so that we can maybe we can run Kata container CIs on those virtualization machines, so that we don't have to rent or buy some other bare metal machines. Oh, that's all. Let me show the demo. In this demo, I will start a queuing, and then I will run Kata containers in the queuing. First, let me run queuing. Let me log in. Okay.
Hey, Fupan, it might
Huh?
just be me, but I can just see your presentation, not your terminal.
Okay. You didn't see my screen?
Yeah, only the PowerPoint.
Okay, let me. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can now.
Okay, okay. Let me restart this demo. Okay. You can see I will use this bash script to run a queuing machine. Queuing. Now, let me log in. Okay, we are in the queuing machine, and we can see. Yeah, we can see in this queuing machine, I have installed the KVM and KVM PVM. Instead, it's not the KVM Intel or KVM AMD. So this KVM PVM is a software hypervisor. And okay, in this machine, I have deployed two kata runtime with one is kata uses the queuing. You can see that this kata runtime is set use the default configuration, which use the queuing as the hypervisor. And the second, I deployed cloud hypervisor as the hypervisor. Now let me set the image used to start the container. And I can use the node control to run or launch a Kata container. Use the BaseBox image. And in this container, I just to run the date command. Okay, we can show that the date has printed successfully in this container by in Kata container. We can also run another one with the cloud hypervisor. Yes, the Kata container with cloud hypervisor, I also run successfully, and it print out the date successfully. So use the PVM, we can run Kata container in the next iteration without the hardware support. That's the end of my show. Any questions?
Open, I have a few, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
So, first thing, very interesting demo. The concept of the PVM is super interesting. Is not exactly new, but this is like very, very interesting for the cases that we are facing. Like the majority of the cloud is running on virtual machines, and of course we get hit by that. We get hit
Yes.
by slow performance because of nested, or even like several cloud providers do not even have support for for virtual machines with nested, right? So we just cannot run Kata containers there unless we get
Yeah,
grab map.
yes,
So
yes.
the main thing that is crossing my mind right now is like this: the patch set was published in February, the PVM patch set to the kernel. What is the status of getting this accepted upstream? Do you know?
Yes, since we have published the patches about 2 months, for about 2 months, and by now we have received some comments on it, and even some I know even a company also want to use it in their product.
I see. So let me just be totally honest with you here.
Mhm.
I'm not against, for instance, of having a experimental kernel on
Mhm.
the Kata Containers tree, in the same way that we had the kernel for Dragon Ball, right, with the upcall
Yeah,
uh,
yes.
feature. So I'm not against that. Like I think that that's something we should experiment. But I have some concerns on making this the default kernel, right? I would love to see this upstreamed, getting, like getting to the kernel, then we can enable this in an official way, because otherwise it will be like very hard to maintain. If I remember correctly, like there were like 73 patches, 75 patches,
Mhm.
huge patches, like touching everywhere. So the maintenance cost on us having to rebase those patches and keep them like atop of the latest kernel, the maintenance would be huge. So having them upstreamed would be like the first natural step to me.
Yeah, I know your concern. So we have tried to push the Linux kernel community to adopt or to even to merge those patches into the mainline kernel, so that there's no effort to have to maintain in separate places. So and even the users want to use it, they have to maintain their patches, and even to worse to upgrade their versions, kernel versions. So maybe it will take some time, even a long time to merge those patches into the mainline kernel. But I think this is most of the use cases want to use it. So we want to let our, especially our Kata containers users to try it, and even to give some more suggestion to us to improve, so that if a lot of users use it, then I think the kernel community may be considered to to adopt it, or even merge it into uh, the branch, the master branch.
That makes sense, and
Yeah.
I think the way to go forward with that is going to, like, we just build a new like kernel experimental PVM, for instance,
Yes.
right? And then we let people use that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's reasonable? Because we can do that till the patches get accepted. And man, like trust me, I know how long things take to get accepted in the right place on the kernel mailing list. Like we have been suffering with TDX patches for more than 1 year, right? And I know it is low. But like I think that having the experimental is a very good what is the word in English?
Mm-hmm.
It's a very good solution for that. Let's put this in this way. Do you agree
Yeah.
with that? Do you agree with this approach?
Yes. Yes.
Nice. Those were all my
I,
questions. Sorry for taking a lot of time.
allow me a very simple question. Do we need to patch the host kernel as well, or just the guest kernel?
yes, we should to patch the host kernel to build a PVM KO, just like the KVM Intel KO kernel module or the KVM AMD kernel module. So we should to patch the host kernel to build the PVM kernel module. So, and this is separate to the host kernel with other subsystems. That's like the KVM kernel modules.
Very good point, Weiner. I was only thinking about the gas kernel. Very good point.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thanks. Nice presentation, by the way.
And to add some information on the upstream part, there will be discussion on PVM during the Linux Plumber conference and the KVM forum. So this is actually work in progress. And I agree that things like this usually takes a very long time to be merged. And thank you, Fupan, for the nice presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Fupan and all. Are there any last minute questions or comments before we move forward? If not, then our next agenda item is the runtime RS status quo conversation. I think it was probably Tao put that on the agenda, but I don't see a name. Do we have anyone to drive this conversation?
I think Chao will drive it, right? Yes or not? Hey, Chao. Hello?
Oh, hello, hello. Please wait a minute.
Okay.
Okay, let me share the screen. Can anyone see my screen? Is that properly working?
We can see the Zoom screen.
Oh, okay, Zoom screen. Then could you share? Could you see the PowerPoint?
Now we can.
Okay.
It's on the presenter mode now.
Okay. Let me switch to.
That's a paper. Yeah, now we can see the screen.
Okay, yeah, that was the paper I was reading. Okay, so I'm Chao from Alibaba Cloud, and today I'm gonna share the Runtime OS project updates. It is basically what we have done since last October. So as promised, we want to add all the fundamental features to make runtime OS reach the production-ready status. So since last October, we have added several fundamental improvements that we think it is a basic and important features for the Kata runtime. So those fundamental improvements, including PCI VFFO device support, like we have added basic PCI topology support into the runtime OS and hot plug and hot unplug PCI devices into runtime OS, and it is all working. Like last month, I have tried to use the runtime OS with Dragon Ball to launch AI model training workload, and it is working smoothly with NVIDIA GPU. Yeah, so we have added the PCI support. This is the first bit. And then for a better or customized network experience, we have added vHost usernet support and vHost net support. And there are more features that we have added since the last months, and I cannot list them one by one in this PowerPoint. So we have created an issue that detail all the runtime OS features, and its difference between runtime OS and Go runtime, and the feature number is linked there in this page. Is A720. If you are interested in the feature difference or all the runtime OS features, you could just go into that issue. So besides the features that is fundamental and basic for the runtime and for the Rust runtime and to catch up with the Go runtime, we also added several exclusive new features. What does it mean exclusive new feature? It's the feature that right now only in runtime OS and not in Go runtime. And those features we have added to make the Kata experience better or faster. So the first exclusive new feature is called pass-through FD support. And this is based on one improvements in Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball allows other host program to pass a FD field descriptor to the Dragon Ball process directly as the backend of an ordinary hybrid vSOC connection. And then with that feature, the runtime OS now could utilize this feature for container process I/O, and those two graphs can very straightforwardly show the concept. The left one is the traditional Kata I/O. You could see that we use vSOC to passing the SDD in I/O stream, and then we should have Kata shim to use as a buffer to transfer the I/O stream into the Kata agent through vSOC. And oh, sorry, I pasted the wrong graph. And then with the Kata I/O with pass-through FD support, sorry, this is the wrong graph. We do the Kata shim here because the vSOC can pass through the FD straight, so that the container SDD in I/O stream could go straight through the vSOC to the Kata agent, so that we don't need a Kata shim here as a buffer to pass through the I/O stream. This is the wrong graph. We shouldn't have this Kata shim here, and the SD in can go straight through the vSOC because Dragon Ball allows host program to pass the FD into Dragon Ball through vSOC. And this is actually coding of summer of coding project. Fupan works with students in China, and we have successfully merged this PR into the main branch. And we also did some experiments about this new pass-through FD I/O performance, and we can have 85% more I/O speed, and then use 20% less CPU utils in the I/O streams. So this is one exclusive new features. And the another one is the Sandbox API. This is still RFC status, and we have give out our design and our RFC implementations into the community. So Sandbox API is basically a whole new interface focused on sandbox interaction between Containerd and low-level runtime like Kata or other low-level runtime. So I have introduced this Sandbox API in the previous AC meeting, so I won't dig into much more details in right now. But if you're interested into it, you can go to the issue, the PR here. I have link in the page in this PowerPoint page. Yeah, this is another exclusive new features. So, so those are the new features we have added into the mostly in runtime part, and now those are the features or new feature we have added in the hypervisor part. So for Dragon Ball hypervisor, we have added several new features, mostly focused on the capability of the virtualization. Like we have added PCI VFO support to work with the runtime RS side, because runtime RS now have the PCI support. And we have added vHost, a list of vHost device supports like vHost user night, vHost net, vHost user FS, vHost user block, so that users could have customized the experience with the devices they use with Dragon Ball. And we are still working in process in the TDX support, and we have raised several initiate PR into the community, but we are still working on it. Hopefully, we can raise all the PRs before the May or I don't know, before the it may take us more like 3 or 4 months to complete the whole TDX support. And we also need to pass through the CI thing. So there's still a lot of work on the TDX part. Also, because I'm mostly focused on the Dragon Ball part, so as I have discussed and send invitations in the Slack channel, RuntimeOS Slack channel. Also, if there anyone who is working on QEMU, Cloud Hypervisor, or Firecracker implementation for RuntimeOS, could you like share your progress right now, and like what is the current status of the the support for those hypervisors, and is there like percentage that you're working like to how well the function is, and is that production ready for you right now? Anything like that? Is there anyone who is working on this right now in the G?
Just one thing, before we go to the other ones,
Okay.
I have like 2 questions for you.
Yes.
So, do you see this pass-through FD affecting the TEs?
Affecting the TEs. I think maybe Fupan, could you?
Actually, I don't think so. Since the FD pass-through is based on the VSOC, so I think the VSOC is not affected the TE. So I think it also not affected the TE. Since the FD pass-through is not a pass-through from the host to guest, actually is pass-through from the Kata shim to the VMM.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then a second question is about the TDX part.
Yes.
You So support for TDX, as I mentioned before, like it's taking like a lot of time for TEs in general. The work that you are doing is based in one specific downstream kernel, or are you following the patches that have been merged upstream recently?
I think my colleagues working on the TDX, she is focusing on one specific kernel, not the upstream one, I think.
Okay, so just for your information, like we from Intel, we can obviously like have a conversation, but there may happen like a lot of changes regarding to kernel API and ABIs because the MVP stack, which is like what Intel provided to some of the customers, and including Alibaba, there were like a lot of changes on that. So it would be good like if we could have like a sync on that, so we can make sure that when this work gets into, try to figure out a way, because I know that you guys are using this in production, so of course like support your production use case, but also support like people that are coming from upstream with their use cases as well, because otherwise I can see some incompatibilities that would just make things break.
Okay.
So let's just think on that.
Okay, so my question is that all these TDX needed and related that necessary for launch TDX VM patches are all in the upstream kernel, or is that the case?
So for the guest side, they are upstreamed. For the host side, we are expecting to have things going. So a lot of things made their way in the 6.9. There are things making their way in 6.10, but I think that we will still have development happening for 6.11 kernel.
Okay, and the upstream one is very different, or very different from the MVP kernels that you previously, but no, the Intel previous provide.
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay, so yeah.
Yeah, we need to sync, man. Sorry about that. The frustration is
understood because it is a very fast developing technology there. So it is very, 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 very. I'm very understood that it will change a lot.
Yep. So yeah, we can sync like James, who is here, and we'll talk about Cloud Hypervisor. I would like him to be there because he has been the one like dealing with this as well. So yeah, let's think about this, but this is just a heads up. Thanks a whole lot for your part of the presentation so far, and please let's get the other ones sometime as well. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, I will catch up with my colleagues who is working on the TDX side and discuss this with her.
Perfect. And one last point is like when you're talking about CI, of course, we have people working on the CI, and we would be happy to also offer help on these parts.
So what the kernel, what is the version of the guest kernel or host kernel used in the CI? Is that the upstream one?
That's really close to the upstream one. We are using this CI machine is using CentOS, and that is like close to 6.9 at this point.
Okay, so I think maybe our implementation could not pass the CI according to your information. That's a very good heads up.
Yeah, I think that's the case.
Yeah. I will discuss with her. Thank you. Okay, so there's only one last page. Maybe I can finish it. Then we could start a discussion around the runtime OS. So the last page is about our future plans. Obviously, the first one is the TDX support in Dragon Ball. We want to continue the open source process of that, and then we want to complete the work for the sandbox AI API. that I previously introduced as an exclusive features in runtime RS. And then we think right now AI is a very hot topic, and to support AI is a very interesting and important topic. So we would like to add more GPU feature support, like GPU direct RTMA, GPU direct P2P, extra into runtime RS if that it is needed, or it can improve the user experience. And also there's a question maybe we will discuss in the later section about the Kata 4.0, is that runtime RS have been open source for almost 2 years. And in these 2 years, we have two runtimes, Go runtime and Rust runtime, in both in the Kata Containers project. So I think we should discuss a plan or a directions for maybe switching the runtime RS into the default runtime, or any other plan that we could discuss together to 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 choose or to decide the future for those two runtime, because obviously we cannot always have two runtime together all the time for the following past few years, or for the following more Kata versions. We have to focus on one main runtime. Yeah, this is more like an open floor topic instead of a future plan. So this is all for my part. Yeah. Is there any questions, or is there any guys from the other hypervisor side who could give introduction of the status right now for the hypervisor support?
Yeah, so let me say a few words about QMU. It's not going to be long. I'm very interested in the switching to runtime R as the default runtime topic, so looking forward to that. As for QMU, I think we made quite some good progress since last October. Some of you might remember that last October, the QMU support in runtime RS was basically just a proof of concept. A virtual machine was launched, but like most of its parameters were like hard coded. Most of the configuration was ignored. The devices sent by the runtime RS proper were all ignored. So it wasn't like doing all that much at that point. Since then, we now can run containers properly. We can run pods, and thanks to Alex or Apocleos, we have networking support as well. And Choi added port to S390. So huge shout outs to all contributors. And as of now, I think Alex showed interest in implementing QMP, so hot plugging pretty much. I'm obviously totally fine with that. So this could be coming, and yeah, we need like add support for more devices. We still don't support everything, but that's ongoing. So also, if if people or users or like anybody has any information about like relative priorities of supporting this or that QMU feature, it would be helpful if we knew that, you know, so that we can order our work the way that users could appreciate. So that's about it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. I have one extra question here. Sorry, like for the QMU support in runtime OS, if you compare that to the current Go runtime support for QMU, the current QMU support for Go runtime, do you think there are still lots of work need to be done, or do you think it is very close right now?
So I wouldn't definitely, unfortunately, call it very close. Especially since like we don't have none of QMP, you know. So basically anything that's happening during runtime, as in hot plugging, is not supported, which is obviously a huge gap in the support. And also I suppose that again, I mean, that might not be a huge problem to add, but you know, variants of devices might not be supported, like based on like a transport type aren't supported. This is, but I'm kind of not clear how important some of these parts are. I have no idea, so that's why I asked. But anyway, to summarize the answer to your question, I don't think, unfortunately, we are like getting very close. We've made some progress, but I think we're like halfway through, maybe.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So you mentioned one thing is that you need like priorities for the feature support in the QMU side. So maybe right now it feels like there's still a lot of functions that need to be developed, but you do not have the priority maybe from users or other develop side. Is that questions, or is that a thing for you right now?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, by virtue of working for Red Hat, I do have an idea like what Red Hat needs from Kata in OpenShift, and we don't have not even that. So like all of that, we don't have that. So we can. So I do have this information, but it would definitely help if I knew more about other users' priorities.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, this is Joy. So just in order to summarize the progress we made for the F39X is that just, yeah, we enable the basic functionality as the QEMU plugin has done so far. Yeah, we enabled the same functionality as it now, and then I'm currently working on the setting up the CI. So Kata Container D CI is almost done, but just we are figuring out the good way of setting up the CI. I mean, from the one hypervisor supporting two different runtimes. So yeah, it's gonna be established soon, and then I'm gonna move to the Kubernetes E2 test. And then after that, I will try to migrate the equivalent of the functionality which Go runtime has at the moment for F39X. And then if it's something, I mean, the manpower is short of for the QEMU side, and then I'm going to support that development. So, yep, that's it from the F39X.
Okay, thank you.
Hi guys, I don't see James active or is okay. Please, James, go ahead.
Hi, yeah, James Hunter from Intel. I was just going to say, yeah, thanks so much. I was going to say, I think we're out of time, technically. I was going to give a very brief update, but what do we want to do? We're out of time.
I think we can move forward. Like the PTG schedule is just a rough best guess was from my end in terms of trying to time box these conversations. But if everyone agrees, I think it's a valuable conversation and updates.
Okay, yeah, well, I mean, just very, very briefly, I'll whip through it. This is a quick update on Cloud Hypervisor. It was mostly feature complete back in October, but we have made a lot of changes recently. We've updated the code for new versions of Cloud Hypervisor v37 Plus. That involved fixing the handling of TAP and IP addresses in the Cloud Hypervisor VM config, the networking config. We added network hot plug support, and that enables nerdctl and Docker. We've also added the implementations for VirtIO block and VFIO devices. We've added full thread ID vCPU handling, added more unit tests. We've improved the persist trait implementation, and we're currently working on essentially getting the CI into a good sort of shape. We are trying to resolve an issue around device mapper with Cloud Hypervisor Runtime RS and Kubernetes, but we don't. But it's not a bug with the driver itself. It's something to do with the CI setup. But debugging that is causing problems. It works, you know. So one of these scenarios where you test it manually, locally, it works fine. CI it doesn't, and we're just trying to sort of pin down exactly what the CI is doing there. This is a new CI, by the way. There are a few open issues you can everybody can have a look at. We're also working on memory resize and guest memory block size APIs. Outstanding items are metrics, and although TDX works currently with the MVP stack, we are obviously, as Fabian and others have said, there are ongoing changes, upstream kernel changes. So when those land upstream and when Cloud Hypervisor then supports those, we will update the Cloud Hypervisor Runtime RS driver to support those too. That's it. Oh yeah, sorry. Last thing to say is testers wanted. If anybody would like to have a play around and switch to Cloud Hypervisor, feel free. See what you can do. Raise issues. Make suggestions. Thanks.
Wow, that sounds like a lot of progress.
Not just me.
So
it's the whole team. So yeah, thanks very much.
So I have like the same questions like I have with the QEMU side. Do you think the Cloud Hypervisor implementation now it is very close to the Go runtime part, or is there some like very obvious gap between the Go runtime?
That's a very good question. We're using the CI as a measure. So if we, when we get CI to pass with the Cloud Hypervisor Runtime RS driver, we would, deem it to be stable and, equivalent, at least equivalent. But yeah, I don't know if Fabiano or Chana or others might have more views on the on the Golang driver. I mean, I've been very, very focused on the Rust side of things, not so much on the comparative side. So,
James, there were not many changes. There were not like new features added to the Cloud Hypervisor Golang runtime in the past year. So whatever you started with, that's how it is. So I would say like we are as soon as CI passes, I would say like we have reached featured parity on that. And like thanks for the work that you, not only you, like you, Arjana and Chelsea,
Chelsea,
Davi have
David,
done
yeah.
that.
Great, thanks.
I just, on top of my head, I can remember just a few things, although they may not be part of the CI that are still missing. I think we don't have generally like, I mean, it's not that important, but rootless support in terms of feature parity, we haven't added that, like the rootless support for the runtime RS, both in the runtime and maybe some changes on the cloud hypervisor driver part. There is other thing like maybe in terms of performance, multi-queue support for network could give us better performance, which is there on the Go runtime, but not on the runtime RS. Also, like I think there was an issue created for generally like runtime RS, what are the missing features? And I think this is just not for cloud hypervisor, but for the runtime RS in general, I think some security features like seccomp, SE Linux, I think I've created separate issues for those for if anyone is interested in working on those, but those are still missing. And I think a few others, maybe I've not captured all, but yeah, roughly those. And also for VFI support, like we did test for basic network devices and stuff. But what remains is for the runtime RS, I think, not just for cloud hypervisor, maybe support for larger bar PCI devices like GPUs or something. I think you've captured, yeah, those maybe need to be tested and verified. Yeah, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Arjana, just one thing to mention, like, thanks a lot for bringing up like SE Linux. I think we should try SE Linux enabled with runtime RS in general, right? And starting with Dragon Ball and then like going through the ones that are being added, because I don't think that's gonna work with them at all. That's a very good point. So I'm not gonna promise that I will do that, but I have interest on doing that at least.
Yeah, and the SE Linux part, like on top of my head, we may have to do it slightly different for Dragon Ball since Dragon Ball is part of the runtime RS process. So we had like a separate SE Linux profile for the hypervisor itself.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
so we'll have to do things differently for Dragon Ball versus like other hypervisors, like maybe create a separate SE Linux profile working with like maybe I think we had worked with Cryo guys, Dan, I guess, from Red Hat, who is a SE Linux expert in coming up with a profile, but we'll have to basically move up the stack and come up with a solution for that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was me. Then myself who did the work.
Yeah, yeah.
So like yeah, and the main difference right now is like you want to have the runtime to not have as many permissions as the VMM, right? But then we mix those two with Dragon Ball. So yeah, this is like an orthogonal discussion, but thanks a lot for bringing this up.
Sure.
So sorry, I think I don't get it like very I don't get it very quite. Like so you mentioned that when runtime REST is built, the when Dragon Ball is building into the runtime REST, does it cause you any problems because of these architectures right now?
So there was before with SE Linux, like there is a clear separation of what the container runtime can do, right? So what container dish in Kata V2 can do, like which is pretty much the same what runC can do, and what QEMU can do, right? Or what the VMM can do. Those like the VMM should not have that many privileges, right? So the VMM should be like quite strict confined compared to what the container can do. The problem it's not a problem, right? It's just something that we have to take into consideration. It's like when you have the same process for the VMM.
Yes.
and the container runtime, then we get into a situation that the VMM ends up, well, both VMM, well, the level of privilege set ends up being higher. So we just have to take that into consideration. I need to think
Okay.
about that. I really need to think about that.
Do you mean that when the hypervisor side is built into the process, the runtime process, that means there's some some privilege of the whole process is leveled up because of that? Is that something you mean? Am I understanding correctly?
Yes, and by privileges here, I'm talking about what kind of files it can access, right? What kind of operations it can do. Can it create, I don't know, a tap device, for instance, and things like that. So, because like, yeah, let's take this offline because it's gonna take like a lot of time. But
Yeah,
what
for
I,
example, just to add there, maybe, I mean, when I had looked at this on top of my head, like say the hypervisor has permission to access a dev slash vhostnet or vhost sock for creating vSOP devices. That's the SLNS profile that we can assign to the hypervisor because we know that it needs access. But this was done for like KMU and Cloud Hypervisor as well. But maybe in case of runtime RS, where like Dragon Ball is part of the runtime RS, if we assign the same profile, then the runtime RS essentially would have access to those devices or those paths as well. So is it safe to do that, or how should it be done? I mean, those are the considerations that we kind of need to look at in with some detail.
yeah, what I would propose is like we have a presentation about SA Linux in one of the next AC meetings, and we discuss exactly what is done today and how it's gonna change with the Dragon Ball.
Okay, okay. That is a very good point, and thank you guys. Yeah, that's a very good point. Like I think we really consider that questions very frequently before. Thank you. And I will take that opinion into my team and my group to see what others opinion for that. And I will also looking forward to the upcoming AC meetings talking about this. Thank you.
No
Yeah,
problem.
and
Sorry, Anastasius, for taking a lot of your time, by the way.
No. That's a very good point. That's a very good point. Because we always focus on the advantage side of the built-in hypervisor, but sometimes we also need to think about the disadvantage it brings.
Archana, I think you also wanted to say something.
yeah, along those lines, I was just thinking, I mean, we had these internal discussions, like we had internally for Cloud Hypervisor just a security, like a SDL process where we checked what are the security attacks and what can be done in those scenarios and what's the general attack surface. One thing that, I mean, since Dragon Ball is slightly, I mean, it's different architecturally from other hypervisors because it's running as part of the runtime orders. Maybe it's like we need to document this somewhere for general users, like what are the security implications of maybe having the at least assess those if it's not been done on your part, have them documented, what are the implications of having those as part of the same process. Yeah, just my 2 cents.
Okay, thanks. But I think for Cloud Hypervisor, you could have like different compilation options in runtime RSI so that you can compare a runtime binary totally without Dragon Ball or without a built-in hypervisor. Is that doable? If you compare the binary without Dragon Ball, does that still cause you the problems?
if we, I don't think we've like, were we able to build the runtime RS with Dragon Ball? I don't know. At least on my part, I wasn't able to. I think James, I don't know if we were able to at least go to that step.
I don't, yeah, and it's going back a while now, but I don't think it's possible. It wasn't when I looked at it, I don't think. But yes, I need to refamiliarize myself, see if it is today.
But if it's possible, then I mean, we'll be glad to try it out sometime, or at least know how to do it. Because as of now, I think when we were looking at it, we couldn't figure out how to kind of take out the Dragon Ball plugin from the runtime RS and separate the two.
So I think from our side that it is practical that Dragon Ball should be taken out of from the runtime binary with a compile options or any kind of things. If it is not something we can do right now, maybe we could work together to see if there any way to take Dragon Ball out from the runtime binary. Otherwise, I think it is not doable for like Cloud Hypervisor with runtime OS, but still have Dragon Ball in the runtime binary. That is something not a good design, I think.
Yeah, you don't want to run that in production eventually. Yeah.
Yeah. I think
keep in mind that this doesn't solve the SL Linux issue.
Yes. So for her issue is that let's don't consider Cloud Hypervisor, just runtime OS and Dragon Ball is built in, that may cause some security problem. Yes. So this is something out of topic of other hypervisor. It is the maybe some disadvantage that this built-in architecture bring. Do I understand correctly from your opinion, Fabiano?
Yes, I think you do.
Okay, thanks. I will bring that information into my team and we may discuss it. Yeah. I think I have occupied too much time for the runtime OS topic. Maybe we could move on to the other topic.
Wait,
and also
I want to hear Anastasius.
Just a really brief update about Firecracker. There's no.
Sorry, I cannot see the Zoom page here, so I don't know you are here. Sorry.
Okay. So regarding the Firecracker support in runtime RS, there are no major updates. We have been rebasing over main, resolving any conflicts. There are some stale issues that we need to address, and we need your help. So it's on us because we haven't pinged the relevant people to address them. They are mainly around the jail functionality, the jailer functionality of Firecracker. So we need because it's the way that they handle paths in the jailer. It's hard coded in the jailer, so we need to tweak where we keep the container files for the non-jailed case and the jailed case. So one of the issues is this. Another issue that came up is the size of the socket for the SIM monitor, where we need to reduce it because there's a limit of 108 characters for the Unix socket, something like that. So, and I think that there's something changed recently in the Kata code, so we have broken the jailed case. Apart from that, we resolved any issues that there were with the tests. So presumably, whatever tests succeed in main they succeed in the branch, in the PR branch. So a major point to I don't know if we should do that before the merge or after the merge. We should add CI tests for the hypervisor for Firecracker. That's we will need some help for a CI wizard. I suspect Fabian or someone else. And that's it from our side. And to to be proactive, the features available in the Go runtime regarding Firecracker are should be the same as in runtime RS.
Okay, thank you. I remember that you raised here like a few months ago. Do you need someone to help review that or to push forward the process for that? I think we can first merge several initiate PR first, and then to build the CI around the implementation.
Yes, provided that we don't break anything else. So I'm not entirely sure what's the state of the CI. There are some tests failing at the moment, which are related to S390 and PowerPC, the PPC something. But there is also another test failing because we needed to add some method in the kernel parameters, and this method is not being used by these architectures, but there's this declaration in Rust where you compile code for specific architecture. So there's some confusion there, but I think that other than that, the main tests pass. So we should sit down and iterate over the PR so that we can finally merge that.
Just
Okay.
adding my 2 cents here, like it's a pain to be rebasing this code. It's a pain that I'm not suffering from, but you are. I really would like to have this initial part, at least, which seems to be quite complete, merged, because this is exactly the same approach that we took for Cloud Hypervisor, is exactly the same approach that we took for Kim. So I think it would make your life easier and also community's life more open if we can, like get this merged sooner than later and then like iterate over what was merged.
That's totally fine with us, provided we don't break anything else. That's our major concern.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all. Quick question in terms of how to proceed with the agenda. If we are concluded with the runtime discussions, the next agenda item would be release discussion, which kind of feeds into the joint session with Coco as well. And we have a break between the two. We could do the short break now, like a 10-minute break if people want to run to the bathroom, take a breath, get a coffee or tea or something, and then get back to the release discussion and then transition over to the joint session with Coco. What do you all think? Do you want to do the break now, or do you want to get into the release conversation and then have a break between that and the Coco session?
I never against a break.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, get back 5 minutes after the hour, and then we will do release conversation and then transition over to the joint session with Coco.
Just one heads up from my side, like I know this is being recorded, so I'll be able to just like watch that later on. I have like an internal meeting at Intel, like myself and a few others here. We will be back in 1 hour from now. So keep going with the release conversation. I hope we can still get back part of the discussion with the confidential containers one.
Okay, is there anything, I mean, Fabiano, you were an integral part of revising the release process for Kata. Is there anything that you want to note before jumping on another meeting?
I just would like to mention that I guess like people who are in the community for a longer time knows my memory sucks, so I pretty much forgot about everything that I did. Greg and Steve are the experts now, and I hope that we're gonna have like a smoother process. But yeah, like Greg and Steve, they have been like working quite a lot on improving what I did, so they know like the state of art of this better than I do at this point.
Sounds
So I
good.
trust them
Then
as much as possible.
sounds good. Thank you. Then let's come back like 5 minutes after the hour as a target, and then hopefully we will be able to start in 10 after the hour, the latest. Okay. Let's get back to it. Let me find the right window to share. Hopefully you all can see the PTG Etherpad.
Yep, we can.
Awesome. So what I was thinking for the release conversation is to just have an overview in terms of where we are with the release process, with all the changes that have been made recently. What's the next upcoming release? If we have all the roles and responsibilities identified for people to go ahead and cut it. And 4.0 has been coming up in a couple of conversations. So that's the other item that I thought we could kick off as a conversation to see if it's clear what the community would like to see in 4.0, when 4.0 would be happening. Is it something that you all want to do time-based, or is there a particular feature or functionality that needs to land before we say that we will be cutting 4.0 and there's everything in place to progress towards it? So that's what I had as discussion items for the release conversation. Does this work for everyone, or do you all have a different view in terms of what should be discussed about kata releases?
Works for me.
Okay. Do we have anyone on the call who can give a very brief overview in terms of where we landed with how the releases are cut? And
Yeah, Greg speaking, I can.
awesome.
So
Thank you.
maybe to do that, the easiest is that I share my screen and we will see the documentation for the release.
Perfect. I just
So,
stopped sharing, so you should be able
yeah,
to share.
so let me find my way, because of course it's the first time I'm sharing with Zoom. Would it work? Oh,
Yep. I can see the how to do a Kata containers release page,
oh,
if that's what you wanted to share.
yeah, that's what I wanted to share, but the Zoom window disappeared. That now it turned into some kind of buttons at the top of my screen. I wasn't expecting that, so.
Yes, it tries to make sure that you still have control over everything that's on your screen. But yeah,
Okay,
sometimes
that's fine.
yeah, it's odd. Yeah.
So where we are now, we're at the point where we can do the release with just doing two things, which is a huge improvement over what we had before, and great thanks to Fabiano, who did most of the work, and Steve and I had only to do some polishing to make it work. So the requirement is to be able to run workflows on the repo. So you need to have some special rights. And the release process is super simple. It starts by bumping the version file. So you create a regular PR and you have it merged. And then you go to the action page of the repo. So there. And then you need to find the release workflow. So I'm not an expert user of GitHub, so maybe I'm doing it in a suboptimal way, but there's this action. So you can see ran 2 weeks ago to do some testing. And you just need to run the workflow on the main branch. Obviously, I won't do that right now. And then, well, you wait for the workflow to end. So if everything goes fine, it will complete, and then you will have the release available in the release page. If something fails, first approach is to rerun the job, not start it again, but rather rerun the failed jobs. And if everything is really badly broken and you want to drop the release, you just need to go to the release page and delete the draft release that was created at the start. Yeah, I forgot to mention that when we begin a release, we first create draft release, and it will be actually posted only when everything is complete and all the tests have passed and the release is really ready to be shipped. Yeah, final point is that the workflow generates some automatic release notes. So it's always a good idea to have a look and adapt, adjust. And then finally, publish something on Slack and the mailing list, as we used to do before. But this part is really that simple now. Any questions?
Have you guys talked about whether there will be like a freeze window or how long it will be or anything like that around the release?
No. We've mostly focused on the technical details to have the release workflow working. But I wasn't involved in discussions on a freeze window or something like that. Maybe it's something we need to discuss now, unless Steve has some other.
Yeah, I think my default position, yeah, Tobin, would be we don't necessarily plan to have a freeze period. The idea, which may be optimistic and flawed, is that the CI is tested on each PR. So in theory, at any given time, we should be able to release from main, and it should be working. So we don't really want to have freezes in, stop the community from developing while we add fixes in, because in theory, if stuff does come in while we're doing a high priority fix or something like that, then as long as it passes the CI, it should be good enough to release. But yeah, we can always have a discussion now.
That seems reasonable to me. I mean, if the CI is atomic, I guess that's kind of the main like key or one of them. And yeah, I don't see any way this could possibly go wrong. So
yeah, you put the caveat in was if the CI is working and tests everything and it's got good coverage, which I think probably most people accept we aren't in that situation perfectly, but it's difficult to know what all the gaps are, and we don't want to stop moving forward until then. And a release freeze whilst people do manual testing, I'm not sure would buy us too much, just because the manual testing most people would run would be, oh, we'll do what the CI does.
yeah, Okay. Well, we can, when we get into the Cocoa Land, we can come back to this a little bit because there are a couple of integration questions, but for now, seems fine.
Is this like when we talk about a freeze period, do we treat minor and major releases equally? I mean, are they the same from this perspective? Or is there any coordination that you all want to do for a major release, saying that we really want to be sure that everything landed that we wanted and don't want some kind of new development starting before the major release is cut?
So it's a good question. I think my initial, not very well thought out response is the decision, the decision of going to a major release is something that it won't be a surprise. I don't think it will be something that will be discussed in Slack, in AC meetings, and we will understand what should or shouldn't get into that cut. I also don't think we want to hold off development work until that is done, because again, if new work is in progress, if it passes the CI, it's probably good enough to be in a release. If it depends on something that's not yet gone in, then obviously we'd keep it in a draft state. But I don't think we'd necessarily say, oh, here's a blanket freeze. We don't want to put any new features in for the next month while we do something else. But we've not done it. We've not done a major bump and something like, for example, without precluding the next conversation, if we bump to Containerd version 2, there will be a whole lot of stuff that we have to discover and issues around that. And maybe as part of that, we'll say, oh, we need to smooth things over a little bit before we can merge all of it. But I would have thought that would probably be a lot of work whilst the Containerd PR was working while it's in draft and while it's not merged, rather than saying, oh, we're going to merge something that's not quite ready and everybody else has got to wait. But we'll see, I guess. But yeah, interested in other people's thoughts on it.
You guys are sticking with like a semver type approach, sort of, well, they're not time based, right? You'll just well, they are time based. You'll do minor releases every month or whatever, and then when you guys feel like, oh, this is a major one, then you'll do a major one. Is that right? Or
I think that's the next topic, but broadly, yes, is my opinion. But yeah, I don't necessarily want to counter what other people think on the next one. But yeah, I don't think we're just gonna go, oh, it's the 1st of April, so we'll do a major bump for the laughs. But that might not be a bad idea. I guess on that topic, I think the next question you had, Ulico, was about the next release and have we got a cadence and roles and responsibilities and stuff in process? I think the answer is probably not quite yet. So I think we've still, assuming the timing lines up, I think Aurelian has volunteered to be the guinea pig and try and follow the process, which Greg's shown you is not massively complicated for the next one. In theory, we said we would do monthly releases. The last release was, I think, 3 weeks ago. So in the next week or so, but I don't think we don't have a documented day or date saying, oh, we always want to do a release on the 2nd Friday of the month or anything like that. That might be something that we can discuss now if we want to be fixed. There might be a bit of wiggle room as and when projects with dependencies on us and need some. The point of the new release process is it should be pretty lightweight, so we don't need a big run up and a big procession and planned rota and stuff like that. As long as we, like I say, as long as our CI is in a good state or good enough state, then we should be able to release on relatively short notice. But I think just for consumers, it would be good to have a discussion on when they might expect that.
Maybe we can revive the release rota page.
Yep, I think that would be a good start.
Yeah, with dates and names, so that goes to the next topic.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring that up in terms of like it's super great that we have a lightweight process and it is very easy to cut a new release. But at the same time, on the consumer part, it is nice to have an understanding in terms of when someone can expect a new release, if that is feature driven, if that is time driven, if that is, I don't know, how the moon is driven, but there should be something that helps both the community to get into a rhythm, as well as the consumers to get into a rhythm. And then we will go into the conversation with Coco, for instance, where we have an integration task or challenge, depending on how it's going, where this is definitely something that will matter, depending, again, like there were some shorter discussions in terms of how that integration should be happening. So like being able to plan with that, that will make the interaction and collaboration with Coco easier as well.
I have a slightly more technical question about the release. So the workflows that run for the release when you do the tag or whatever, how different are those workflows from the workflows that run, say, on a PR to generate the deploy payload that is tested in the CI? Is it the same process, or is there some other thing that you're doing for the release that is not happening just for every CI bundle build?
So the release process does have a few extra things, because we upload tubbles and stuff that get created as part of it, but the build of those processes is exactly the same, uses exactly the same callable workflows as the standard nightly or CI on push that we run.
Okay.
It's just we have some slightly different tags, and obviously we create the release artifact on GitHub and upload the tarballs. But yeah, in terms of the what we build, it is the same.
Okay, makes sense.
So when it comes to timings or like cutting the next release, does anyone have a preference in terms of how to move forward with the logistics part now that the technical side is mostly sorted out?
So I guess it's just we update the rotor. We pick a rough date and we update the rotor. But yeah, in terms of picking a date, yeah, I'm not sure if there is any particular special date that anyone wants. Fabiano did float to me yesterday that he wanted to do a live release in the vPTG to show how easy it was. But I reminded him that it might be easy, but it took a long time for all the jobs to run. So he backed out.
Got it. So the idea is to just stick to more timing than features and functionality. Is that an accurate recollection of preferences?
Yeah, I think that's my recollection, at least, of what we discussed, with the idea that if we have a regular, reliable cadence, then if there is a particular function or feature you're waiting for, then you shouldn't have to wait more than 4 weeks in the worst case scenario for it to go in. But there is potentially a discussion that if there's some burning desire, in the same way, if we found a really important security fix, we wouldn't have to wait 4 weeks. We could, as soon as it was fixed, we could run it. I suspect if there's something that's really important, a new feature that someone in downstream needs to consume, then there could be a discussion about an interim release, which is partly why we backed away at one point. We were thinking of having a sort of year.month naming scheme, but decided it's not as clear for Semver, and also it might tie us in and make us not as flexible. So it's just whatever the next release goes out, assuming it's not 4.0, which I don't think it will be, it'll be 3.4, and then the next one after that will be 3.5. And yeah, that's whether they are exactly 4 weeks apart shouldn't necessarily affect people too much. So if we need to make a quicker one, then we still could.
Hey, by the way, did we announce 3.3 on Slack anywhere? Because I think I missed it because I was traveling.
We did, but it might have been in a insider thread. So yeah,
I wanted to ask that too. I missed it too.
Mhm.
Just
Okay, so it's not just me. Cool. I just wanted to
No.
make sure.
No, I followed the conversations about we figured out the release process and then we should cut a new one, and then there were tries, and then I think I actually did miss the actually the release is out now.
Yeah, it might have been in an epically long thread that myself, Fabiano, and Greg had.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe for next time, maybe have an announcement in the general channel so that
Yeah,
everyone's aware.
absolutely. And that is part of the process that Greg showed, that just so that people have got a chance to update the documentation.
Gotcha. Okay, sorry, I just came back from the break, so I might have missed some information.
Oh, no worries. Sorry, I didn't realize that. And I hope it's not unfair to say, Aurelian, I mentioned that you'd volunteered to look at the next release.
Yes.
I hope that's still okay.
Yeah, for sure. Count me in. By the way, just one minor thing. I remember in Fabiano's initial proposal, we were going to change the version format, right? To having formatted with like a year, month, and yeah, like it was a year, month, and like a minor release version. Is that still on the agenda, or are we keeping the x.y.z format?
So we're keeping next .z format, yeah. So that you're right. It was on the original RFC, and there was discussion. I'm not 100% sure who it was. It might have been Fupan or somebody. Basically said they thought there was better clarity and flexibility to keep with the current versioning scheme, and that got agreed, and that was what was voted for going forward was to keep the sort of sender-ish format. So yeah, the next release will be 3.4 .0 and then 3.x.0 up until version 4 comes out.
Sounds good. Cool. I was just curious.
Any further questions or comments to the general release process and steps, roles, timing? If not, then we arrived to the time of doing the joint session with Coco, and we did not get to Kata Containers 4.0 planning just yet. My thinking is kind of maybe move forward with the release conversation on the thread that Tobin I think it was Tobin who said that he has more questions and comments in terms of the integration between Kata and Coco related to releases. So maybe we can go into that conversation and have the 4.0 release planning also cover the parts related to syncing with Coco in the join session, and then we can get back to more of the Kata related parts after that. Would that work for everyone?
Hi, Nico.
Hi.
So you mean we will move the Kata 4.0 planning later?
That's my thinking. Just so that we can get to the join session with Coco. So those who are here just for that, we can proceed forward. But if the preference is to do 4.0 planning and everyone on the call is okay with that, we can do that too.
Since most of us may be interested in the 4.0 planning, such as Tao and some other guys from the Asia. So I think it's better to talk about this.
Okay. Does that work for everyone? Okay. I see a thumbs up. Trying to juggle between all the windows on a Zoom. Okay, so I did put 4.0 planning on the PTG agenda just to kind of have an idea in terms of what would go into 4.0. And this is the time when I give the floor to those of you who have a closer view in terms of like how you cut the last, like the 3.0 release. Is there any big feature or functionality that you all want to land in order to cut 4.0? Or is the major release something that would also be cut on more of a time window basis?
For the big feature, I think the major release is the big feature driven. So I think, in my opinion, the 4.0 should be include about can we input the runtime as the default runtime? Put the runtime as the default runtime. I think this is the big feature to be released in the 4.0. The second one is the sandbox API support. Yeah, a third, I think if we want to switch the runtime as the default runtime, we should support the Qmin and the CloudWise, those hypervisors. Yeah, with the Qmin and CloudWise. Yeah, I think most of the features will be fulfilled in for the Qmin and the CloudWise. The third one, I think we should let the runtime OS to support the GPU hot plug and yeah, GPU support. In my opinion, I think those features are important and should be included in the 4.0. I don't think any other guys has other opinion.
So I think my opinion is, yeah, pretty similar. So I think it should be either big feature related or big major dependency bump related. So examples of what could be, depending on timing, in Kata Containers 4.0, either runtime RS becoming default runtime with the features that Fupan's mentioned, or something like I mentioned earlier, if we decided, because we're using a bunch of features in Containerd 1.7, including stuff like Sandbox API, a lot of it is still in experimental. So
Yeah.
if we decided to, in order to get stability, we wanted to move to Containerd 2.0, either lining that up could be brilliant for 4.0, or if we, depending on when other stuff is ready, if we needed to lead with Containerd bump to 2.0, I think that would be another reason to have a major feature bump. Yeah, if we could get runtime RS and Containerd upgrade in the same, then brilliant. But personally, I guess it also depends on how we want to market Kata and stuff like that. So there was an element of that around the 3.0 release was what events do we want to target? But maybe I'm being too technical purist, but if for the sake of I'll make updates, if Containerd 2.0 we were ready to bump that in July, and so we went, let's go 4.0, and runtime RS as a default runtime wasn't ready until December. I don't think that should necessarily put us off, and we could do 4.0 in July and 5.0 in December. But still, we want to do a push and it's a big change. Something like runtime RS as the default runtime is a big change, which deserves a major release. I know traditionally we've had a roughly every 2 years there's been a major release, which might be a good thing to help us focus. But yeah, I think we should do a major release when we've got major features or major change. And I know 3.0 was October 22, but I don't think we should force anyone to say, oh, in October this year we have to do 4.0, even if we don't have complete parity between the Go runtime and the Rust runtime. We should just rush it out to make sure we get the October date. I think we want to do the right thing for our end users and downstream consumers and say, let's make sure we're happy it's stable, and only at that point it's the right time to do a major release related to it. But yeah, that's my thoughts on it.
I like that. I mean, if we say that there are features that would call for a major release, then I like the thought to rather focus on the features as opposed to saying that we are mainly feature driven, except that we really want to release in October. That really adds an extra layer of complexity. Is there anything with regards to 4.0 that would relate to Cocoa and the merge to main activity? If that's a reasonable question to ask.
Well, I really do not want to be involved in determining the 4.0 thing, but I would say that probably the rough perspective from Cocoa is that using Containerd 2.0, very good. Switching to runtime RS potentially causes issues, but if there's T support, then I guess it's okay. But yeah, the T support is maybe a more complicated thing. So I would say Cocoa probably values runtime RS, not a lot, but Containerd 2.0 would be pretty big for us. But yeah, I don't really have a strong opinion here.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good conversation that we need to make sure we stitch together between runtime RS focused folks and the Cocoa focused folks, and make sure we're on the same page with about parity and support. I know in previous PTGs there's been discussion about runtime RS aiming to get up to parity from a Cocoa point of view, which has been probably a bit of a challenge because of a lot of the Cocoa related development has been on a different branch, but with merge to main, hopefully stuff like I dropped a comment on the equivalence list that James shared earlier, saying, oh, a couple of things went in as part of that merge to main effort, which probably aren't in the runtime RS team, probably are not aware of. So I think we just want to try and sync up, ideally, when we claim that runtime RS as default runtime is done and is at parity. That would include Cocoa, but there's probably some nuance in that we'd need to discuss. And obviously it might mean that I don't think anyone is advocating that 4.0 removes the Go runtime. So we would definitely keep that as an option, but obviously we want to try and have the latest and greatest development on whatever our default runtime is, or the future runtime, which is runtime RS going forward. But again, interested on other people's thoughts, and people who are a bit closer to runtime RS might say, no, that's not in the game plan, and full TE support in the same way that the Go runtime has is not currently in AIM.
Sounds like that there are no objections on the call, at least. When it comes to things like merge to main, I assume that is something that ideally would finish by the time we are talking about cutting a 4.0.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Any other thoughts about 4.0, either in terms of features or anything on the process side?
I just wanted to point out a few things, like for the runtime RS being as a default runtime. So today we don't have CI. I mean, at least we are in the process of adding CI for CL of Cloud Hypervisor. We need to make sure that we have the same number of CIs. If not the same, at least define the minimum what need to be present for both QEMU and Cloud Hypervisor. because I know for sure we don't have CIs like VFIO, CI, or maybe it would be a good idea to have some kind of testing for GPU support as well. But those are things that need to be considered. Also, for runtime RS as a default runtime, we kind of need to assess once we make it as default, do we like does a Kata deploy then support the Go runtime? Does it even have an option for installing the Go runtime? And should we expose those options to the user, whether the user should be able to switch between the Rust and the Go runtime? And from just usability point of view, how would the runtime classes look? So like we would maybe have to see if there's a runtime class for the Rust one with say QEMU support and the Go one with QEMU support. So how would that look from the user point of view, and do we even need to have that? So I mean, just from usability point of view, I think those are things that need to be kind of discussed as well.
Yeah, completely agree. I don't think we are close to be ready to make that switch because yeah, like you say, there's a lot of conversations that need to happen. Yeah, I could give my knee-jerk reaction to some of those questions, but probably not particularly helpful. But it would be reasonable for the release that switches to use the Rust runtime by default, that there is a fairly easy user experience for users to use the Go runtime if they wished. And what that looks like, and yeah, like I say, maybe runtime classes is a really good question that probably needs a lot more thought on it. But I think from my opinion, it would be worth trying to, like you say, I'm trying to make sure that user experience is doable and sensible. And that's part of the kind of list of stuff, the internal checklist we'll need to go through before we do runtime RS as switch. And exactly like you were saying, stuff like CIs, and we need to have stability and understand what parity we are aiming for. Ideally, it might be full parity, but yeah, I don't want to preclude that decisions there. So.
Yep.
A newbie question from me. Is there any place where you all are tracking a roadmap or like 4.0 is coming up in terms of, I think that there is a desire, even though not making it time-based, but trying to get something out the door sometime this year. Is there a GitHub page or a wiki or anything that would kind of list out what would go into a 4.0 release, and just having an idea where the development is on that?
I don't think so. I think this is probably the first wide discussion we've had on it. I think we have referenced it in a few AC meetings and in discussions. I'm sure there's been quite a lot of discussions internally and on Slack, but I don't, as far as I'm aware, there isn't anything written down which explicitly says, oh, this is our checklist for 4.0. So turning some of these conversations today into an issue or discussion sounds like a good idea.
Is this how sorry, is this how you did that in the
This is actually
past?
a very good question, and I believe we should create a project on GitHub for the 4.0 roadmap, right?
Yeah, I agree. I was going to say the same thing. I think a GitHub project makes sense.
Awesome. I just took a note about that. Is there anyone who would volunteer to create one?
Okay, if anyone take, I will take.
Yeah, I think
Upan, you're
it's fill.
saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's filling it with all the right content is more of the tricky challenge than creating a project, and that's definitely something we'll need to share across the community.
100%. Thanks, Fupan and all. Is there anything else to add to 4.0? I mean, it sounds like that this is going to be a longer discussion to figure things out, regardless. But if there's anything that people want to touch on, or at least bring up as something to focus on as we move forward, then please throw that
I
in.
just wanted to call out like the Coco point mentioned. Correct me if I'm wrong, like we have done all this work for the Golang runtime, but I think we'll have to do all of that work for the Rust runtime ground up. Like I think it's missing. So maybe it won't be a priority, like having Coco support in the 4.0 release or not. But just want to mention that we would have to do all of that work for Rust runtime as well, right? Like let me know if others think otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, there is somewhat significant support in the runtime for certain platforms at least. But there's ways to get around this. You could use the Go runtime for certain things. Like, for instance, AMD SEV has the most extensive support required in the runtime. And that's an older platform. So it could be reasonable to say that that should just use the Go runtime indefinitely. And I don't know, maybe that's fine. At the very basic level, we need to be able to start confidential VMs. So we need some basic T support, but then it usually goes a little bit beyond that too, to boot in a particular way or support a couple configs. So there's definitely work there.
Okay. Yeah, from the Intel point of view, like we did add some support for TDX, like detecting TDX, but again, Rust is built in a way that, I mean, some of the configuration depends on the platform you're working on. So yeah, I think AMD and others are still missing. There is some bare minimum support for TDX, but I guess we'll need to add for others.
Awesome. I took some notes. Are there any other questions or comments to 4.0? If not, then we can move forward with the joint Coco Kata discussion. I added a few discussion points that could be relevant in terms of having the PTG session and the opportunity to focus more on mid to longer term plans and how the two communities are working together, as opposed to the daily checking on tasks and things. I added merge to main status and timeline. I know that this is extensively discussed on the Coco weekly calls, so I don't necessarily want to do the same deep dive into that activity, but wanted to include that in the PTG session to see if there are any red flags or anything in the process that still requires a conversation. I know that we faced review bandwidth issues in the past and similar things. So if there's anything between the two communities that would be worthwhile to discuss, then we can do that here. I don't know if anyone has any comments or questions to that, or if there's anything specifically to merge to main that you all want to discuss.
Well, I think a big topic we should talk about will be the release process for Cocoa, which is sort of related to merge to main. But we can talk a little bit about merge to main more generally before that. As you mentioned, we do a lot of updates about this in the Cocoa meeting, so we don't need to. Ariel's not here today, so I don't know if we need to open the board necessarily. But things are actually going pretty well, I think. So I'm pretty optimistic about doing a v090 release in April, and that won't have any hardware support. So a little bit counterintuitive in some ways to do a release without platform support, like no TEs will work. But the idea is to get some of the basic features running from main and to take pressure off of the community and off of individual contributors who are working on various platforms. And then in v0.10.0, basically, we'll start introducing that, as well as other features like the init data thing will probably be integrated then. So I don't know if I have a lot to say about that. The one thing I would mention is that for the last like month or two, we've mainly been focusing on like 2 work streams, really, which was like pulling in the guest and attestation. And it's been pretty easy for us to like focus like, oh, here's the PRs that need to be reviewed. And we've had enough reviewers more or less to cover this stuff. And it's, you know, it's gone relatively well, although still it took a while. But I would imagine that in the next phase of release, 8870, which is the attestation support PR, that was merged, I guess, yesterday, I think. And that unblocks a lot of stuff. So in the future, I would anticipate that we have more sort of parallel development work. And so we may again really need to find ways to mobilize people to review these PRs when there's more of them happening at once. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. So we're going to be entering that phase soon. But yeah, I think things are going pretty well. For v090, we have basically all the content we need. We need some PRs to introduce a few things for the CI, and then we need to figure out how the heck we actually do a release. And then we need to do the release. So
When it comes to the reviews and bigger batches of things, would it make sense to try to plan in terms of what's coming when and what fits into the review bandwidth that the two communities have, or would that be too much overhead rather?
I don't know, to be honest. We have a pretty good idea of what these work streams are going to look like because we have the board, which does. And we do actually have pretty extensive issues capturing all the platform support we need, next steps, all this stuff. So we do have a decent sense of like what's gonna come, and maybe that we could use that to try to understand exactly what kind of review we need. But I don't know. It could be more overhead too. I'm not sure.
I mean, if you already have some documentation of what's in the plans, at least making sure that it's visible to folks on both sides, I mean, both in Cocoa as well as Kata, that could be helpful, I think, as at least people have a rough idea in terms of what's coming and could be planning with that, even if we are not forcing any official process.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think it's worth mentioning at least the kind of merge to main part of it there is a project board in the Kata Containers community, which is the place we've been driving and tracking this. So I can post a link to it, but it is in Kata GitHub, was where I think Fabiano probably created it quite a while back, because that is specifically focused on some of the Kata specific sides of the upcoming releases. Obviously, there's a bunch of stuff that's done elsewhere, and we have a usually have separate Cocoa project boards, but for this specific Kata focused pieces of work, that's what we've got them.
And just to add, this is shared with the Coco community, right? We go through this like pretty much on every meeting as part of the Coco meetings. I think that, by the way, sorry if this has been discussed already. I just rejoined it. But like I think that everything boils down to the amount of people that we have to write code, to review code, right? And this is the part that slow things down every now and then, and puts pressure on both sides, I would say.
Yeah, one thing I've been thinking about a fair amount recently is I'm really looking forward to getting the Cocoa stuff back into a place where it's really easy for individual, well, I don't know if really easy is the right word, but where it's easier for individual contributors to come and sort of work on their little like individual projects. Just because it's sort of ironic that like the merge to main, I think it's gone really well, and I think we've worked really well together as a team. But like, man, it's so much slower when you're doing things that involve a lot of people, and like I'm really looking forward to having that, stuff back into a place where it's like people can just sort of pick up on various pieces, and we can have a lot of parallel development happening. So I think that's part of the effect that we've seen lately is just like the costs of teamwork, which is kind of ironic because there are also benefits to be clear. But yeah, I don't know exactly if I have any more of the story, but it's just something I've been thinking about lately.
Yeah, Tobin, one thing that we have to consider is like that was the whole merge domain is a self-inflicted pain, right? Because we rushed in the CCV0 in a way that we just wanted to get things working and working and working. And we didn't care at all about the code quality. We didn't care at all about getting things done in the proper way. And now we are doing this, and now we see like how much time it takes. So even if we get like smaller groups working on a bunch of things together, most likely we will get this bottleneck of like those things being reviewed and those things like hitting the, matching what is expected to be merged. Like we did like a lot of bad things in the CCV0 that we learned from that, hopefully. Hopefully we didn't forget. But yeah, that's like one of the things that we have to consider. Like is even if we get like smaller groups, are the solutions gonna be like generic, or are we gonna have this push because we want this as part of a release? Or you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, completely. And that's another thing I've reflected on a lot. It's just like, did we like did we make a huge mistake with the whole CCV0 branch? Was all this? It's a little hard to know, but I think things went fine-ish because, in having like lower quality and such, we were able to do a lot more stuff way faster that caused the thing to exist, right? And I also think that it's like, yeah, in some ways we're paying the price now, and it's like it feels like, oh man, this merge domain is like this. Oh, we gotta do our penance thing. It's like we gotta eat our vegetables or whatever. But actually, like when I go and see some of these PRs that have like 300 comments on it, and it's like actually people working together, I think, hey, this is cool. Like it's not. I don't entirely think of it as like, oh man, like this sucks and we have to do this merge domain. I actually these days think like, oh man, this is actually, I'm glad we're doing it. It's cool. But certainly the dynamics of like how like code velocity has changed a lot in this project over the years, which I guess isn't too surprising.
I don't disagree, like, but the problem that we had in the past, like, and here I'm putting my Kata Containers hat on, right? Because I've been on the Kata container side of this like for way longer than I've been on the Coco side. We try to give feedback on exactly the same way. We try to keep pushing for discussions, but then when it became like the whole thing about like shall we merge it or not? Just merge it because on the merge domain we're gonna solve it. We should never ever get to that state because we deliberately got ourselves in a situation where, like, by avoiding those PRs to have 300 comments like 1 year ago to hit this right now, and right now we have a pressure, right? Because for instance, like this non-TE release for 090, for instance, there is a pressure. So we are still being pressured in order to go ahead and try to pay the technical debt while you're still releasing something and things like that, which ends up like adding a little bit of stress at least in some folks of the Kata Containers community.
Yeah. Well, no, believe me, I definitely feel a fair amount of pressure internally and externally to have the project be consumable as soon as possible. So a little hard to get around that. But okay, maybe we should talk more specifically about the release plan now that you're back. I don't know. Is there other stuff about just like the general merge domain that we still are on, or should we go to this v090 release process?
No, from my side, we are fine. We merged it like this week, the last huge piece that was blocking everything else, right? So huge thanks to Steve for leading that one, by the way, and for all the reviewers, but like especially to Steven.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like I feel pretty good about where we are. I think v090 in April is extremely achievable, and hopefully, although still I don't think we'll be moving as fast as we have like in the very early days, which is probably a good thing. I am hoping that we also will be able to, like the platform support stuff will be able to go faster in some ways. We'll have more smaller pieces, more parallel development, but we'll see. Okay. Yeah. So the big question for v090 is how do we actually do the release? I guess. So few things have changed since our last release. I have a thread on this, an issue on this in the Coco repo, because obviously the release is scoped to the whole Coco project. And I also made a PR yesterday to change the release checklist. The rubber hits the road. So I can link that PR. And yeah, I'm hoping that people who are working on the merge domain can sort of continue, won't get necessarily too sidetracked by this whole process, but it would be useful if people took a quick look at this, at least. There's a few things already that I know are not correct. Actually, maybe I should, would it be useful if I shared and we just looked at this briefly?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I just stopped sharing, so you should be able to.
Cool, here we go. So yeah, here's the new checklist thing. I have some more big plans for the checklist in the future. About maybe using one of those fancy GitHub forms to fill in a bunch more stuff and having the roles much more clearly defined, a bunch of things. But for now, it's just how do we use v090? I also added a dependency graph that hopefully doesn't scare people too much. If you are here just from the Kata side and you have no idea about the stuff, like take a deep breath, because our release process is kind of complicated and it more or less follows from this dependency graph. So I was able to reduce this down to a mere 17 steps. Some of that is by inherent simplification of things via some changes, and some of that is because I changed the format a little bit and I removed some steps that were like, wait for blah, blah, blah to happen, and I merged them into other ones. So it's slightly a false gain, but there are some simplifications for real. I also added these little emojis that will hopefully add some sort of like emotional comfort while you're working on this. We'll see whether or not that is the case. So I won't go through every step exactly, but let me mention a few things I guess, that are interesting. So I would say that we had sort of two puzzles to solve regarding how to do the release with Kata. The first one was related to freezing, and we've sort of already talked about this, so I'm going to repeat a little bit here what's been said in other meetings. But yeah, the first question was like, oh, what about freezing? Should we be doing that? How do we do that? Because in CCV0, obviously, we controlled the entire branch, so there's nothing else going on. And when it came time to like do the release, we could just stop all development. There wouldn't really be any other development anyway. So that allowed us to like submit multiple PRs to Kata, one to like update to the release candidates, and then make sure the tests are all passing. Okay, it's all good. Then another one later on, and like nothing has changed. Now, going from Kata, probably we can't assume that will happen. But this PR is kind of changed. It's kind of using a few optimizations here where you open a PR and you use the PR to test the release candidate, but then you don't merge it. Then you go and you tag the stuff, like the guest components or whatever, and then you update your PR to use the tags, see if the tests pass again, and then you will merge it. And that alleviates some of the stress of the freezing, a lot of it. Yes, the stuff could still change in the main branch while your PR is open, but the CI should pass again before you merge it. Now, it's not completely foolproof. There is some outside chance that there could be some change that doesn't trigger a like merge conflict that would affect, and it's not totally foolproof, but I think it more or less alleviates this issue with freezing. Since we're just doing one PR against Kata. Also, it'll be nice to only do one PR against Kata because that will require less review. Although the CI does need to pass twice here, so there's still some difficulties. Okay,
Hey,
that's the
sorry,
freezing
Tobin.
part. Yeah.
Quick question: would the plan be to, when we do the updates, to add the tags to rebase on upstream main at that point as well to sort of minimize the chances of stuff? I know there is a rebase step in the Kata CI, but I didn't know if doing it locally would remove some of the jeopardy. Or
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. That's probably a good idea. That's not. I'll add that to the checklist.
Okay, cool. Sorry. Should
No,
have saved it for the review.
No, that's a very wise suggestion because that will help minimize this thing that I just was attempting to explain a second ago. So, okay. Yeah. There's still a bigger question. Well, okay. There's two things I want to talk about here. One of them is further optimizations we can do, which probably are going to seem like strange ways to cut corners that we probably shouldn't do. But I still want to propose a couple of these things just because I really want to make sure we've explored all the different ways to try to simplify the process. If anybody has any ideas about really simplifying the process, like, hey, maybe we can script parts of this, I would love to hear those. It's a pretty tricky process to automate. But the other thing is about release synchronization with Kata. So let's get the release synchronization one out of the way first, because that one I think is a little bit easier. Maybe. So I don't know exactly what we should do here, but we heard earlier about the new Kata release process, which sounds great, honestly. It's like the opposite of this process. You know, it's like you won't lose your mind trying to do it, hopefully. And that's really good. I think the sort of default understanding that people had is like, okay, when we are releasing from main, the bundle that we ship should be a Kata release, right? Like that'd be nice because then you have all the assurances, I guess, of a Kata release. You're shipping a Kata release. This is good. That does introduce some synchronization questions, right? Because you need to then have basically need to do this whole thing either right before or right after Kata has released. And the mechanics of that are not exactly clear to me what would be optimal there. I heard earlier today that it sounds like there's not going to be necessarily a big freeze window or anything for Kata. So it might just be a question of timing is like, okay, let's try and squeeze this in as one of the last PRs that goes into Kata before a release. Of course, there is a potential risk there because some of these steps, as you guys may or may not be aware of, can fail or can take a long time to sort out. Like this one, where you wait for the CI to work that can take time. So it's like, okay, are we going to have the Kata release wait on Cocoa working? I don't know. I mean, that's something we would probably want to agree on in advance. Now, on the other hand, earlier today, we were saying, okay, well, the Kata release is basically not that different from any of the normal bundles that we build. We're not doing any special testing for the release. We're just relying on the CI. We're relying on the green CI, basically. So if that's the case, then it's like, well, actually, okay, maybe we don't care so much about like waiting for the Kata release or shipping a Kata release. If it is in some ways just kind of the same as just the head of main. And then, okay, the final thing I want to say here, and then hopefully someone has some insight for this, is that this step here is probably wrong. And I don't know exactly what this should look like, but I would imagine that at the very least, this workflow that we have right now to cut the Cocoa thing, probably broken. We need something else here. And this sort of connects into this whole idea of like, wait a minute, like the part where we release Kata or like the part where we generate the bundle, like what exactly is that going to look like from main? So yeah. Poorly phrased question, but does anybody have any thoughts about that aspect?
I can go if you don't mind. So
Please.
add a new release Kata Containers tag, right? For this is not needed anymore. You are totally correct. What we should do long term is just like, oh, Coco is gonna use the latest Kata Containers release, which has all the components that we need. So we are just gonna use the Kata Containers 4.17.0. So we just tag that on the operator side. Right now, this is not possible, right? Right now, we are moving in a pace that does not allow us to do that. We had like the first release last month. Maybe we will have a release next week. Maybe that will align, maybe that will not. So what we can do is the CI. So let me get back. Once we merge a pull request on Kata Containers, it will automatically generate a payload image for you. This is part of the process that we publish all the artifacts on each pull request. So what we will do is like, what is the latest PR that got merged that we care about? Get that one and use that one as part of the operator for that payload. Does it make sense?
Yes, actually, this connects very closely to one of the things I was going to bring up later, which was optimizations. Because if we are happy to use the CI payload, we can get rid of this step. And then we can get rid of this step too, because back here in 10, also Fabiano, please at some point, if you could take a look at step 9 and review it, that'd be useful. This is the one about the pre-install stuff and Nidus and things like that. And I just want to make sure that it's right. But anyway, step 10 is the one where we are doing the updating the operator. Now I've already eliminated one of these steps because it used to be that we would have to go through this whole operator rigmarole. Well, let me put it this way: we'd have to actually merge this PR to Kata to even get the bundle. I'm not sure that's related to this conversation, but we would need to go through this whole Kata thing, actually merge the PR before we could even get the bundle. So we already have some simplifications there because we don't have to do that anymore. But if we're happy to use the CI, the Kata CI bundle in the release, which I personally am fine with, then we can get rid of this step, and then we can get rid of this step, and we can just merge this PR at this point.
Just one clarification, Tommy. It's not the CI payload. It's we generate the CI payload, of course, in order to test things, but after things are merged, we rebuild everything, generate a new payload with the hash of the commit.
You're right. It's the
CI payload.
It's the bundle for the latest merged PR. So if we use that here, then we can save some even more steps, and we can also change. We could also probably do the same thing with Enclave CC and then get rid of step 2. Now we'll still want to cut an Enclave CC release, but we can, one thing that I'm generally trying to do is avoid a bunch of stuff running like on the tag, like when you do the tag and the release, and just trying to use the stuff that we already have generated. Like we've switched the way we do the trusty release so that we don't do this workflow that runs when you tag it that would always break and then run the same thing as the normal one anyway. And so that's another way of optimization. Okay. Okay, that actually, I think that covers most of my points, because my question for optimization, the main question was literally going to be, do we even have to tag Kata at all? And I guess we're saying no. So that's cool. Okay. Also, we should talk a little bit about the actual V090 coming up soon. And I guess we're just saying that we're just going to do it when we feel like it. Yeah, we won't for this release at least try to synchronize with the Kata main release. Although for V010, I think that might be a good idea. And in fact, I would not be against like, hey, V090 is the one for non-TE. This is the first one from main. After that, like, hey, let's just do every other Kata one. Let's just do a release. You know, that's open for discussion, obviously, but like, I would be open to doing something like that. So, okay.
Just like for your information, like I not trying to be pessimistic here. I like your idea. Like every second release, we just like do one on our side. That's nice. Historically speaking, we have not been doing amazingly on cutting releases on time on Kata Container side. We work at this whole process in order to simplify these, in order to hopefully have these working well. We have the hope. We don't have I cannot tell you right now, yes, it's gonna work in the way that we think, right? So yeah, the idea is good. Let's just not have really high hopes that this is gonna work as we expect, just for the sake of, avoiding frustrations.
Yeah, no worries. I think the exact details of the release timing hopefully will not be dramatic for us. And yeah, I hope that in the long term we can basically just say, hey, we'll just take some subset of the Kata releases and we'll just do our releases, and then but we'll see. That might not make any sense. Like that might not coincide with features that we want. So I don't know. But if we change to that approach, this would also reshuffle the our release a little bit too, I guess. But I'm not gonna think about that a little bit. I'm not gonna think about that right now, but that would remove some of these steps, I think, because we would just basically in the operator steps, we'd just be jumping directly to the use the Kata release bundle stuff. So that would maybe simplify things too, maybe.
Yeah, I was gonna say a byproduct, which I think we should do anyway, is and we reflected on most releases in Cocoa and said we should do anyway, is we might need to produce a higher throughput of PRs on Kata containers to do things like bump the version of guest components, image RS and stuff like that. Because if we want to keep them, if we can keep them at a kind of stable and more up-to-date versions and maybe slightly decouple, that makes it much easier just to say, oh, we'll pick that release off rather than going the day before a Kata release is due. Oh, quick, we need to get all of these updated and tagged and push them in and all of that. So
and then wait, it doesn't work now, huh?
Yeah. So I think that regular cadence. I don't know if we might find that there's a way that we can do some decoupling, and I know Ding's got some ideas about switching the order that some stuff is pulled in as well. But yeah, that is something for the Kata side to be aware of, that they might see that traffic of every so often, oh, a new feature has gone into image RS or into one of the guest components, so we need to bump that in Kata main now rather than CCV0 to test it all. But
yeah,
hopefully those shouldn't be big overheads as long as the CI is stable, which I've said that phrase too many times in this PTG, but
yeah, well, so I've been thinking about this some too, because it seems to me like in some ways this pattern we're following of like, okay, time to do the release, let's bump everything. It doesn't make any sense. Like really, you should be updating the dependencies when you're adding features that need the updated stuff, right? Like surely that's how this should be working, where you go and you're like, okay, I'm adding, encrypted image support. Well, now I need this version of the guest components. Okay, let me update to that version, right? But that's not what we do. Now, one of the reasons why we don't do that is because we have tags of the subprojects. And I guess we have this feeling that we should be using those tags. And I don't think this is a misplaced feeling. I think this might be right. But we have this feeling that like, oh, when we do the release, we should, tag the subprojects right here. And then we should use those tags in Kata. And so even if you have done some intermediate bump to the dependencies to get some random feature, still we do these steps to get those tagged versions. Now, we don't necessarily have to do that. There's ways around this. One of them is that we could be, it's possible that we should be tagging guest components earlier, right? And this was actually the original sort of idea of having the subprojects would be that they wouldn't be locked to the release versioning at all. Like we'd do development in the guest components, and when we added the new feature in the guest components, according to Semver or whatever else, we would make a release. If you did that, then you could still use the tags for these guest components in Kata. But of course, the downside there is that there's more overhead in cutting these releases, and realistically, we'd end up with a lot of releases probably. So I don't know if that's ideal, but another approach is that we could just not tag them and just use the hashes or whatever. That's not that great. So I think in the long term, we probably do want to merge. We probably do want to move to this model. I think of like the dependencies are kind of independently released. They're tagged, and then we handle the updates as needed when you add features to Kata. And that would really simplify a lot of these things. Because I think like one of the reasons why this process is so complex is that we have this big dependency graph, and yeah, we're trying to do all the updates at the same time, basically. And that doesn't necessarily need to be the case. So that's something I think we should be really like aware of in the future. But for now, whatever.
My 2 cents on that, Toby, if you don't mind. I totally agree with you. We should, we can have those components doing their release whenever they feel like doing the release. This is a good approach. And I essentially think this is a good approach. And we end up like leaving the burden for the maintainer of that part of the project to do the release of their part of the project whenever they feel comfortable with that. Right. So I totally support that. Regardless of these, like of when guest components, for instance, should be released. For 0.9.0, right? This is gonna be like a very, very different kind of release. And I guess we all agree about that. Can we just like not do the tagging at all, as you mentioned, like as one of the options, but let's experiment with the like not tagging as part of the 0.9.0. Let's just like go ahead and use a hash and be happy with that. So we simplify a lot the steps that we have to do, mainly because 0.9.0, like at least like in my mind, is a release that you can just like screw up everything. Doesn't matter. No one's gonna use that in production. Doesn't even have TE support, right? So that gives us the freedom to just experiment with those things.
Yeah, I would be very open to that. That eliminates one of these steps here. Let's see here. This one that eliminates 7 and 8, and we basically just go, hey, it passed. And we still can cut releases of all these things, but we just don't go back and update our PR to use the tags. We just keep it at the hash, and then we have the release that corresponds to the hash. And we can even throw a comment into the YAML file that says, oh, by the way, into versions.yaml that says, by the way, this one's going to be released whatever. And then as long as it all passes, we're good.
And this maps to the model you talked about where we should be bumping them as and when they're needed. So 88070 bumped the version of guest components and probably the version of ImageRS as well, and a bunch of other stuff in. So it did exactly what we're talking about. Sorry, not ImageRS because it's not do a guest pool, but yeah, so it went, we need this updated version of guest components. We've already done that as part of 8870. So in theory, we go, well, we've got our tag. It's the one that is passing on the CI at the moment. Or sorry, we've not got our tag. We've got our hash.
Yeah. Well, because we could also, if you guys really want to go the extra distance, is we could just also not do which step? This step, right? As you're saying, if 8870 already updated it, we could just say, hey, we're gonna first of all, we're gonna use hashes for this release. And second of all, we're not even gonna update the hashes as part of the release, which in some ways is smart because updating the hashes, really the only thing you're doing is asking for it to break, right? You already have some version that you tested that you use. It's like, oh, great. Right before the release, let's use a newer version for no reason. Huh? Like, why are we doing that? So
things don't break, Toby. Like, come on.
Good point. Good point.
But yeah, I agree with that. I think that sounds like a very reasonable approach that would like make these steps like number of steps way smaller, and we have the freedom to play this kind of game as part of the 0.9.
Yeah. Okay. So for 0.9, let's try to, we'll use the hashes. We won't bump these things. There does become a question of like, then how do we pick, like, do we just pick any random green, like the head of Kata, as long as the test passes? That's the release, I guess. It might be good to rerun the test though, or something. But we can discuss that. For release V0.10.0, I do think we should start investigating the idea of doing like decoupled releases for the sub projects. Like I was saying, yeah, and that was the original goal. Like that was the original intention of this whole layout. But I think what happened is that we showed up for the first release and none of the sub projects had done a release. And so we were like, oh, well, I guess we got to do a release now. And then from then on, it was like, well, I guess these things are like synchronized, right? And there is a real question of overhead. Like, you know, it is moderately annoying to do more releases, and like anytime you add a guest components feature that you need to do this thing. But I think we should start pushing people towards doing something like that. Because yeah, this current thing is a little weird, and really complex. Okay. Any other stuff? I will update this thing in the next day or two. You know, I'm feeling very optimistic that we can do this in April. So depending on how some of the CI stuff that Viner is working on goes, I'm hoping we can do a freeze as soon as next week, maybe a week after. And yeah, we'll see. It's not really a hard deadline, but I'm feeling sort of optimistic. So I'll update this next few days, and yeah, please take a look. And
sorry, Steve, just one comment. If we are lucky enough, we can even use like 3.4.0 Kata Containers release. Sorry, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I guess I was asking, talking about the independent release. So this is for the 0.10 onwards. Is there, if we do independent tagged release of components, say, particularly thinking of ImageRS, is there any possibility that we can start pulling that from crates.io?
I knew you were going to say that.
Okay.
That's a great, we should do that. Yeah, I'm totally in favor of that. There's a little more overhead. Like if you go and look at any of our cargo files right now, you'll notice that they're all pinned at release 0.1.0. Like we haven't updated the version in the cargo. So like there's work to be done, but I think that would be a good idea. Like that's the most sane way to do it. And actually, you know, then if you have your cargo thing specified correctly, you know, depending on this, if we do the Semver stuff right and all this stuff, then you might not even need to do anything from the Kata side to pick up a new version as it's released or whatever. So yeah, that's a good idea.
Cool.
Okay, cool. Anything else? Yeah, also, just a heads up, we will need help from a few people to do this process. At the very least, you know, we got one PR going into Kata that will need some people to approve it. You know, other than that, there are other steps that it would be good to help with. So yeah, I will take the lead on V0.90, but at the very least, I'll need help with review. And it would be nice too if people were even more involved in that and helped understand the process and help refine it, because it's a pretty, I don't know, it's sort of an interesting question, and I think already we've come up with some pretty good ways to optimize. So okay, that's it for me on the release.
I have one last point, not related to the release itself, but as we have like Coco and Kata Containers folks here, sooner than later, we should start thinking about what are the gaps that Coco has with the runtime RS. I'm not sure if it was discussed before, because like, let's say that we release Kata Containers with runtime RS as default runtime at some point soon. There will be a pressure to not work on the Go runtime anymore, because that's like more work for the community, right? So we will have to think about that, and we will have to sync Chow, Tao, myself, Steve, folks from the Coco side. Like, we have to figure out like what is the best way to move forward with that. But that's something for us to have at least like at the back of our minds right now.
Yeah, we briefly mentioned it earlier, but it's good that we're on the same page. That and mentioned that we needed to sync runtime RS and the more Coco folks as well. So good.
You could have interrupted me, man.
I unmuted, but that wasn't enough. So
cool. Thanks that you all discussed this before.
Awesome. Is there anything else that you all have in mind to discuss as part of the joint Kata Coco session that would help with collaborating and working together between the two communities in the future? Or was the release the main part of the that topic?
One last thing, I guess this is about the release, but yeah, someone said a second ago that, oh, we could actually even use 3.4 or whatever. Yeah, that'd be great, honestly, if that timing worked out. It's a little, doing it from the Kata release like that takes the like, we lose control a little bit about like what features actually make it in. But we've merged 8870 or whatever, and so I think we're at a place where we are more or less happy to do the release. So yeah, if the 3.4 or whatever comes out in the next week or two, then yeah, we could just pull that and skip the first 4 steps or whatever, and that'd be great.
I think that will be the case. Like, we release it around the 15th of March, the 3.3.0. We have everything that we need for this v0.9.0 release already merged. So I think 3.4.0 will come next week, and that can just be used.
Okay, that seems good. I'll need to think about this a little bit just to make sure we're not leaving out something. But I think that seems good.
And even if we leave out something, we have 0.10.0 of confidential containers, which will make people way more happy, because we can have 2 releases in 1 week.
But you got to make it for last time,
Okay, great. It it sounds like that we are mostly on the same page about things. So that's great. If there's nothing else to the joint discussion session, then we can move forward. The next one is Kata CI, and I know that James has, if he is still around, he will have to drop after that. So I'll give you the floor to make sure that we are getting to this one before you need to go.
Thanks, Ilko. Yeah, this this could be a very quick discussion, or could in fact be a quick micro rant from myself. It could be an extended discussion that goes on over many weeks. It's the CI. It's a complex beast, as we all know, multi-architecture, thousands of different tests, different technologies, and so on. If you look in the agenda, there's a PR that was causing me problems to get landed 9293, and I just happened to notice that one line shell script change resulted in 479 CI runs. So really, it's kind of, that's just a statement. Do we think we can do better in terms of making more efficient use of the CI resources? Can we be cleverer in terms of optimizing the way we handle PRs? We have been down this road many times in the past. We've made lots of changes, but we've also changed our systems as well. We switched to GitHub Actions, which come with their own set of advantages and disadvantages. Really, it's just an observation. What do we think? Can we do any better? I should actually caveat this by saying that I can only spend very limited no time to look at this myself, but I think there is potential to improve the way we drive the CI. We don't want to reduce quality, but we do want to make sure the momentum of the project, the cadence is good. And I do think that we have had problems, and we continue to have problems with CI, occasionally going a bit flaky for various reasons. Obviously, buggy code, buggy tests, problematic CIs, random failures, network issues, and so on. Thoughts?
I have one.
Go for it.
So first thing, we should be able to reduce what runs and what doesn't run, right? So this is something that we can do related, and I think that Lucas, doctor, started experimenting with this today, on like running some tests based on what is total, right? And even if we run like a lot of tests, that is like we are caching on the components, so a lot of time that would be spent like is not actually spent. We're just like downloading things, but that could be improved. The thing is, we cannot just like not run the CI, but we have to change how we deal with GitHub Actions, because if a test is required, consider that a test is required, okay? And we don't run that test because it was skipped, because like docs change should not run the test.
Right.
That will block the PR to be merged. Right? Because the test was not run, because we don't have a result for that. So we should find a way to actually like go ahead and say like, okay, this is just like something that we don't want to run, but we should fake success, like fake the return status and just give it like a success status to that.
Yes. Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I was going to say we did have a system. Well, we had a hack in place with Jenkins. The 4-skip CI label. For those that don't know, if you were brave, you could add this 4-skip CI label to your PR, and then run /test. If it all fell over in a heap, and basically what that would do is it would trigger the CI, the Jenkins CI, and immediately return 0, essentially. So it would actually.
Yeah,
but it would run, but not. It is now different. I know exactly, but well, sorry, go ahead. Yeah, you continue.
Yeah, because like because like the Jenkins CI, it would run like the whole pipeline of building everything, and then like installing, and then like running the test. So that one was easier to just say like return 0 here. Right now we have to decorate like a bunch of code, but I think this is doable. The other question, then the other part is, do we know exactly which parts we can just skip based on a code? Right? Because like, okay, that shell script was not tested. I don't even know which shell script it is, but let's say that, okay, that was not tested. But there are a bunch of shell scripts that are tested in order to build the images, for instance. There are other shell scripts that are tested in order to deploy some things. So we have to have a proper way to map those things.
Agreed. I mean, it's kind of in the early days, we tested all the docs. So that's the thing, because if you added a code block, we had this concept of a magic code block, which was an explicit bash code block, not just an sh, not just an untitled. But if you specify the code block as bash, we would test that code. And I think that actually we might still have that in the static checker. So it's difficult, we need to, as a minimum, run static checks, but going back even further, we did have documents which were code, which were actually executed, run as a shell script. I think we've left that behind now, but yeah, I think if we want to do anything about this, I think there's going to be an analysis phase and then a sort of proposal phase and then an implementation phase. Just stepping back slightly as well, I don't know whether we get much leverage here, but I also, related to this, 479 results. I think that GitHub could do a bit more, improve the way that those results are displayed. I suspect when this sort of user interface was designed, they were sort of thinking, 3 or 4 tests, 3 or 4 workflows. We got hundreds. It's a pain in the backside. Scrolling down that list, trying to find the red cross. You can't expand what's there. You can't say, just show me the failing tests. So I don't know if it's worth actually raising an issue on GitHub itself. I mean, it won't happen quickly, but please improve the way you display 100 groups of CI results.
So for that, we have been going back and forth on that for a lot of times, James. I would like to have a dashboard, like a proper dashboard that like anyone could just take a look and filter for this, filter for that, filter for the latest runs, and GitHub doesn't offer us that. I talked to Aurelian, I talked to Steve about that, Viner. Man, this is a pain. I agree.
It really is.
But folks from Alibaba and Antigroup, those folks are amazing. They see a problem, they solve a problem, right? So, and that's the reason I have so much admiration for those guys. One of their engineers just created a plugin that just shows you the required failed jobs.
Nice.
Yeah. They posted a link on the Slack. I'm not sure if I have it handy. If someone else has, please paste it, because otherwise I would send it in the channel later on. But that's amazing. That has changed my life.
By the way,
I haven't tested it, but but there is the GitHub API, so I don't think it should be that hard to use jQuery to give you what you need.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's also the command line tools. I mean, I think, well, I know you can query the workflows using those as well. But I think just generally, for a non-modified, you just go to the PR. It'd be nice if there's a better way to view that information. But yeah, I guess we can find ways to work around it. But it is frustrating, particularly when you've got a PR, which is you just really got to land, and there's where are the failures? Scrolling down lists and things, it's becoming It's becoming unwieldy because Kata is such a big system, and I just don't think that GitHub itself caters for the use case that we have created.
By the way, as for the filtering the tests, I explored it last week a bit, and there are many people that are looking for solutions. There are some external bots that can help with that. In my pull request, I choose a different approach. I basically did what Fabiano mentioned. Basically, add another step and add another list of filters. It's not optimal, but it does the job. There is still the problem with external runners because it wants to run on the external runners, but that part would have to be on job level side. Not sure how well it will work. I will experiment on that. and as for the filtering, we don't know which lines should splitting the kata containers and test sets that should be run. I don't think we know it at this point, but it should be responsibility of the developers to consider which part is and is not touched by the tests. So like in my work list, I just started with one group of tests which basically is not tested at all here because it's used for daily testing. So it should be tested elsewhere. And slowly we could keep adding more and more. And obviously, I mean, it uses 3 different places where to configure things, but that can be merged into one, obviously, in the future. Or, I mean, before even sending it as like currently it's a proof of concept.
That sounds good. Yeah. Sorry, I lost my train
Maybe one more thing. I found the bot that should help with that that looked promising, but the problem is you still have to keep 2 places where you specify the mapping. So I think this would be easier to have it directly in the code. But maybe we would end up with that bot anyway. But I would rather not. I prefer to keep things simple.
Oh, totally agreed. Yeah. Well, yeah, sounds. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, James.
No. Well, I was going to say it sounds like there are some solutions to the display of the checks, but I mean you're still going back to the number of checks. I just don't think that PR should have consumed all that machine time. One line shell script change, but yeah.
Yeah. Another thing that I'd like to discuss on the CI front, and I know this is like a little bit orthogonal, and I'm not even sure like how GitHub will handle that, but we have been consuming resources from Microsoft. So Microsoft is kind enough to give us Azure credits that we can spend as part of the CI, and we have been trying to do this in a like reasonable way. Aurelian and Suraj, they have been helping a lot on getting these like set up and working as expected and yada yada. Now the thing is, the biggest size of the VM that we use is already provided. So let me just take a step back. GitHub Actions already provides, right now, they provide machines that support virtualization. So theoretically, we should not even need the Microsoft subscription anymore. The main question that I have is, well, as James pointed, we are like running like hundreds of machines. I'm not sure like if that will make the project starve. I'm not sure if getting GitHub in, I don't know, enterprise would help with that. And this is a question like on whether the money would be well spent or not. This is a question for OEF, mainly to think about that. I'm not sure how much OEF is willing to spend on the project. Not trying to blame anyone, but they are not willing to spend a hoodie for me. So sorry. But all in all, like maybe we can actually switch to the common runners and not spend that money and maybe like use powerful machines for the jobs that are needed. So I don't know, like Aurelian, like coming from you, like what do you think?
Well, the thing is, for at least for the Kubernetes tests, we would still need those paid machines, right? Because I don't think we can use I don't think there's any way to use the free runners for AKS, right? So for the build checks, yeah, for sure, as much as we can, let's try to use the free runners. But then for Kubernetes, I think we're still kind of stuck there.
Yeah, but remember that we have like several types of Kubernetes tests, right? We have AKS, but we also
Right.
have like Kubernetes tests that we are just setting up cryo, for instance, on our side, right? that let's say we are setting up dev mapper because those are not using, like, we don't know how to well, we don't set up dev mapper on AKS, right? So for those tests on Kubernetes, we can reduce. So I think we could reduce like by 8% the usage that we have. The main question is, are we going to starve because of the free runners are limited, or is there a workaround for that?
Are you asking me if there's a limit on the number of free runners? Because I don't know. I could check, but I don't know that off the top of my head.
No, this is an open question. It's not only for you. Like this is an open question.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to check.
I think when I looked before, there's a number of concurrent jobs, which I think might have been 1,000, because I thought we were hitting this when I was doing some of the release process. So because I think it was just there was a flake on GitHub infrastructure, so I looked it up and saw why, and I think it was there are some restrictions about the number of concurrent runners and large runners and stuff.
And you said how much was the limit? You said 1,000?
There was 1,000 somewhere. That might have been the enterprise. Let me Google it. Oh yeah, I found. Yeah, it depends on your plan. Standard host runners, if you're on a free plan, it says there's 20 concurrent jobs. But then it says larger runners, there's 1,000 for the team plan. So I don't know quite.
And
what
if
all
you know
the
if you hit
plans
that,
mean.
oh sorry, I was gonna ask if you hit that limit of 20 or whatever, however it is, do you get blocked? Do the jobs get rejected, or do you just get put on hold?
I am not sure. I assume you would get put on hold, but
You get put on hold.
Right. Which I think is fine because let me see. I was looking through this a couple weeks ago, and I think so. We're getting about 3-4 PRs a day, right, on average. Now, depending on when those are being submitted, like at what time, it really depends. Yeah, we'd have to see in practice what it is.
and I think we want to do try and do the CI filtering based on type, because that was like 3 weeks ago when we were trying to get some of the release testing done and some of the Cocoa things merged, and I think Gabby was doing a bunch of doc changes around the tests and stuff like that. Like, we were really suffering. Some of our CIs were taking, and it's not just the Azure runners, like the Power runner was single threaded. Some, like the first release test I did, took like 7.5 hours to get through, which is a real killer. So we're not in, because we've got certain self-hosted runners, we're not in a brilliant state at the moment. So maybe we can try and trim the amount of testing we need doing, and then switch sort of in parallel to this, switch to use the free runners. Because if we just try switching to free runners now, we might hit a whole load of problems. But if we can optimize, then that might solve most of them. So yeah, I'd be interested to know the stats of if we've got an average of 6 or 7 PRs a day, how many, and I appreciate we don't have that information, but how many of those are PRs that do need to run all, James was saying 479 tests. How many of them are lightweight ones which could just run static checks, which I think are already running on the free runners in some of the cases.
Do you guys know how many jobs we have in the CI?
So more than that, like there is, even if we are open, like we're open like 4 PRs a day, there is a queue of, let's say, 20 PRs, or I don't know the number, right? But there is a queue of PRs that are being worked on that people may be like force pushing and retriggering the tests.
That's true.
Sorry, that's the number of active PRs a day that are running tests for rather than opened is the right metric.
Do you guys know roughly how many jobs we trigger when we trigger the CI?
Like James said earlier, there was 479.
Yeah, I mean, it does change quite a lot. I mean, this is I don't quite understand fully why, but yeah, I mean that was a one sort of outlier possibly, my 1993. But yeah, I mean, I've seen much lower than that. 100 or something. I guess we can look at the list of PRs now, but yeah, the numbers vary hugely.
Right.
I
So
think it's
we're at least in
293.
the order. Sorry, go ahead, Fabiano.
It's 293.
Right. So we're in the hundreds, like for sure. Okay, so that 20 limit is not going to work out, huh?
A whole bunch of our tests of those jobs do run on self-hosted runners. Not 90% of them, but quite a few of them, especially with the way that the static checks have been sort of rejigged. So I think there's like 40 or something it shows up. It's a lot for the run on ARM and Power and S390X and stuff like that. So I agree, it's a lot more than 20.
And another thing that would be interesting to know or to find a way to improve is I just want to run the Coco confidential test, for instance. Right. How can I achieve that? What is the best way to do that? Right. So can we do that like label based? Maybe we still have to go through all the process of building everything. But like what would be like the best way to say like I'm trying to debug something related to container D tests. I want to just trigger those. Right. So this is something that we still have a limitation.
We could move back to Jenkins and then use the trigger phrases to do them, Fabiano.
Well, you can do that with GitHub Actions as well, because you can have well, labels or just text in that you can say, for example, /retest and specify which kind of test you want to retest. But this would require some changes to the setup, but I think it's doable. And in the end, you're still blocked by the required tests, which would be another story, right?
Yep.
But it will be, I mean, it can work together. I mean, we can have these automated skips, plus we can similarly treat the tests that should be run right now, like based on ideally commit messages, right? Or not, sorry, not commit messages, but the messages in the pull request, or labels in worst case. But I guess the messages are better.
Right. So it seems like for now the path to go is to try to reduce the amount of tests, right? Because if we try to move more stuff to the free runners, then we're just gonna slow down CI even more, huh?
By the way, I have one more way. I'm a big fan of bisection. So I prefer, like one way would be to identify tests that are not likely to fail. And in that case, we can move to, for example, weekly testing with automated post pipeline that would bisect the pull request that caused the issue. So that would be another option. Basically, I mean, I'm coming from perf testing, and what we do, for example, is we run weekly, and if something goes wrong, I mean, the pipeline itself automatically triggers a job that tries to bisect between the pull requests, or in our case, it's commits. But in here, for example, I've actually implemented something like that for the OCP and the OCP test for Kata, and I'm able, because we store artifacts per pull request, I can just jump around pull requests and say, okay, this was the pull request where things got broken. The thing is, if you have 50 pull requests within the week, you can bisect in about 7 steps. So you don't need to run well, first you run only once the full set of tests, And if you identify that this test is failing, you don't run full sets, you just run that one test, and you don't run it 50 times, but just 7 times or so until it bisects up to the point. So, but the problem is with kata reliability. But if we do something about that, maybe that could be another option, maybe like a combination of options, I would say. What do you think?
If we do that, then we have to rediscuss how we do releases. We have to rediscuss how Coco is gonna consume whatever we are doing, because we cannot do a release at any point anymore. We have to do a release after this test passed, after this weekly test, for instance, is green, and ensure
Or
that
it can be
nothing
part.
else.
Sorry, go on.
Or it can be part of the release, yes. But then, like, we don't have the control to just cut a release at any time that we want, because, okay, we try to cut a release, then, hey, we hit some issues, then we spend like one more week or a few more days trying to fix this. I'm not against that. I'm just saying, like, there are pros and cons.
I mean, definitely. My point is that I like bisection because I see an overuse of CI. I mean, I remember the ages where CI started, and there were just static tests. It was amazing time. Then we added a functional test, which was great, just the fast one. But currently, I mean, 400 tests or so, that's quite a lot. So I mean, maybe it would be enough to run the platforms that we care the most about, and once a week test that all the other platforms work as well. If not, then we can go back and fix that. And without bisection, nobody would have ever fix that. But with bisection, you get an actual pull request, so you get an author, and you can blame them to fix that.
Yeah, I get
But
that.
you are assuming that we don't have flaky tests, which is not the case now.
That's one big problem.
That's one problem.
So, for example, but that's still something that can be worked on in the CI pipeline itself. For example, in my CI, I'm using 2 out of 3 mode. We can use 4 out of 5 mode, etc. It's not nice. Obviously, it would be harder. It would take longer. But depending on how frequently the tests are failing, we would have to identify the tests that are really not failing often or are very similar to the others. So I don't know how big the difference is between, for example, K0s and K3s, but they all those are flavors of Kubernetes, so they should somehow fail more or less similarly, not always. So maybe that would be one, for example, thing that we could say, okay, we would just run with this and that, and those we will leave for weekly runners. And if things broke, we need to bisect. It would take time, but still, it shouldn't be that costly as running all the tests.
Before we take like any decision on the path to take, let's just get back to the most important thing. For 179, this number is wrong. It's plain wrong. If you just get like the tests that are running in one PR, like, it's not the tests, it's the amount of jobs that are running, right? That's the full number that we have. We have like around 293. And then, like, we build as part of those jobs, there is build components for all the components for each one of the architectures. Each one of the component is one entry there. Then we also have create kata tarball. We also have create payload, and then we have the tests which are specific to each architecture. So we actually have to take a look at that and say like, oh, okay, we are running this amount of tests, which is different of the amount of jobs that are being triggered.
Yeah, that's right.
And so sorry, what's the final number of jobs that you're saying?
Is 295 with 2 of those being Jenkins ones. So it's 293 on GitHub Actions.
Gotcha. So yeah, let's say around 300, and that's probably gonna increase slowly.
It is, but for instance, building components. If you are willing to do, we could just build all the components in one go.
Right.
Right. That would reduce like 20, around like 40, 50 of this number already. If we just like don't parallelize the build of the components, but just like build them sequentially.
Yeah, and we even have a command to build them in parallel, but with one make command that I remember from the repo. So we could do that as well.
Yep.
I guess I would like to have a clear idea of where we can reduce, the number of jobs with the least amount of work possible. Like I would like to see the dependency tree.
So Fabiano, correct me if I'm wrong, but stuff like building the components, you can't. We might have 293 jobs, but they don't all start at the same time. Like you have to build the components, and once they're built and the payload is created, then that triggers the testing to be done. So that there's a kind of false economy in saying, oh, well, we'll just shove all of those so they're not parallel into one job. The number will go down, but the step which takes the bottleneck step will be slower because it won't be parallel. So we won't actually, in theory, we won't gain anything at all from just making them all into a single job, because it just means rather than worst case scenario, we have to wait and they can't all run at the same time, we'll enforce it to all be sequential. And
we can still run them in parallel.
You don't have such big runners. You don't run them in parallel.
So, Steve, you are right about that. You are very right about that. And this also makes me think that this number, we really should take a look on what this number actually means, because not only that, it's not only the build the assets part that is done in this way, but we have like tests that do not depend on Kubernetes running way before than the tests that depends on Kubernetes, for instance. Right. So we don't have like this huge amount. First of all, we don't have this huge amount of tests. We have like a lot of jobs, and not all of those are running at the same time. So maybe there is some opportunity to use like free runners in some of those places.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing, is identifying what is the number of concurrent jobs we have running based on the dependencies and the bottlenecks and stuff like that, rather than just how many do we run total, and isolate what percentage of those run on self-hosted runners and stuff like that, because we say, well, they're not running on Azure. So I think we want to know the number of jobs that run concurrently that would be candidates to run on a GitHub free runner, because like the AKS ones, as Aurelian said, we can't port over. The self-hosted ones we can't port over, so that means that number shrinks down a bit. I'm not saying it's easy to work out. Sorry, go ahead, Fun.
Yeah, here we are trying to optimize the jobs in terms of time and resource, but I do think that the primary problem that James raised is about the fact that many of those jobs, they fail, they are flaky. I'm okay to run at the beginning, run that amount of jobs. I don't see any problems, unless the problem is that they really fail often. So, and the required jobs that we have, very often they fail, and then you need to respin or retrigger the jobs, and it's going to retrigger all the jobs, including the jobs that build the components. And then you're gonna see that no, they are going to. I don't think they are.
Depends how you do it.
You can retrigger only the failed jobs.
Yeah.
Yes,
that's what I
but
do.
because of the dependence, if I'm not mistaken, I might be wrong, but because of the dependence, it's going to all the way up until the build of the components.
So
I
I
might be
think
wrong.
the UI
No?
looks like that, but because they pass, it just reevaluates them and goes tick 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 tick. Yeah, it worked. That's my observation. Is you do rerun failed and only 3 or 4, but the list becomes everything's pending, but it just rattles through
Yes.
those hundreds and goes, yep, yep, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. It doesn't
Ah,
actually
okay.
trigger the
Okay,
job.
so
That's my
that's
understanding.
That's correct, Steve.
okay.
But
Okay, so
but
I'm wrong.
it
But
is still
anyway,
painful to
yeah.
have to go in and rerun, and that's my pattern now. Is you go, oh, we've got this PR. How many times do I rerun the failed ones before all the required ones pass? Sometimes
Yeah.
it's twice, sometimes it's 5 times. I don't think it's ever once. But
Yeah, sometimes I have to retrigger 3 times, 4 times the failed jobs. I mean, and I think this is the most urgent problem that we should be fixing. And then once we have a more stable tests and jobs, we could start thinking about the optimization in terms of time and resource. That's my take on that, at least.
I just agree, Viner. We have to have more people looking into the flake jobs. Right? Like there is absolutely no way that those jobs are just gonna fix themselves. So we just need like more people taking a look at that and helping.
Yeah. VFIO, for example, I think the monitor jobs, they are failing forever. I tried to fix some of them. Not those, but some other jobs that I noticed that were flaky. I don't know, maybe we should be doing a task force or yeah, doing a task force or inviting more people to help on and spend maybe 1 month or a few weeks just looking at the tests that are failing and fixing and making them stronger.
Yep, I don't
Beer
disagree.
giveaway on the next conference.
Yeah.
Do we have people who would volunteer to look into the CI challenges, the flaky tests and jobs and those things? Because it's been a great conversation, but it sounds like that it's pretty much just the starting point.
I'm happy to be involved in the task force. I think everyone in Red Hat loves the task force, so you can sign them up to start with. But yeah,
Yes, dude.
happy to be involved in discussions and stuff like that. Not sure how much bandwidth I have to look at specific things, but I think starting with a discussion is useful.
I just would like to mention that Ariel destroyed the task force, meaning for everyone who has ever worked at Red Hat.
We should find another word for that. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. The task force is just the beginning. In fact, what we should, in long term, we should have is it's something that James also, I think, mentioned here, is maintainers. As other parts of the project, we must have maintainers for the jobs and for the tests. And if we see that there are jobs and tests not maintained, we should basically remove them because they are a noise for the process. They are no longer useful.
Yeah, I think tightening up the rules about what is required to be, sorry, overloaded words, to be a required job, and that includes having a maintainer that can be active and responsive. Obviously, there's stuff happens, so 100% time is not reasonable, but you kind of need some persistent examples of being responsive and looking after things, and like Troy's not on the call, but I use Troy as a reasonable example, and maybe I'm biased. Well, I certainly am biased. So I work sort of with Troy, but I spot something on S390X, and I'll just ping Troy and say, "Oh, there's a problem here," and he'll go and look at it and chase it down, and you go, "Brilliant, that's great." And we kind of want to have the same situation for all of our required CIs, I guess. And if it's not required, we don't care about rerunning it. And maybe that's the first set of things that we cull if we consider culling some stuff. We just say the not required ones aren't reliable, so we don't run them on every PR or something.
You know what would be amazing? A button for rerun all required failed jobs.
Absolutely.
No, it would be amazing if all required jobs were not flaky.
Well, that as well. For sure.
Could we enforce that a required job needs to have a name? Really, no name, no required job, with a clear mandate that stop doing what you're doing and debug the CI.
That's the point of maintainers. I really like that idea, actually.
Yeah, because that's really the painful side. I'm restarting required jobs every day, all the time for others PRs. So
what about creating a list of the required ones that are failing to start with? So we get the list of the required ones that are flaky. Next AC meeting, we just go like, hey, those jobs are flaky.
yeah, the list itself would be flaky. But yeah.
Well, I mean, over time, you just identify that, but I mean, I think that can be moved to the task force, right?
Well, having a set of people trying to improve CI and have a more global view on the CI is, if this is the task force, it's good. But then maintaining the test, the individual test, it's more, I think, falls more on the who coded it, who was interested in doing this change or testing this. So it should go along with being maintainer of some part of the code. Does it make sense?
I mean, yeah, or a hardware platform, because it might be it was coded, tested on x86, and it doesn't work on S390X. So it's not necessarily an easily transferable testing. So I think there's still a role in architectures and hardware platforms to have their own maintainers.
Yeah.
I mean, still you have one maintainer per test or group of tests. And if the maintainer gets asked, okay, this is failing on S390 likely, then they can pinpoint the next contact, right?
Yeah, it used to be on Jenkins. You'd have like notifiers for the jobs, so if it failed, you'd get an email, and probably Viner and Fabiano were on every single job. So, but yeah, maybe some system. I don't know if we could automate it to go S390X failed, just ping Choi and or myself.
The way to fix it is to revert back to Jenkins, I'm sure. I'm just kidding.
I started the whole GitHub migration because I used it to dislike Jenkins a lot. Right now my dislike for GitHub Actions is on the same level, so
Dislike both.
right. So I
tool.
don't have preferences here.
It's
Nice
just a
multi
tool,
tool.
and we need to find a good layout to do that.
Yeah.
Like I like while working on the skip things, I actually found some ways that maybe we could improve. So yeah, we just need to find the ways.
Okay, in the interest of time, because we still have two small topics and 30 minutes left roughly. So it sounds like that the consensus is to try to set up a task force and also look into having maintainers for CI, and then these groups can work with the community at large to make sure that things are improved overall. James also had to drop, I think, around the top of the hour. So he will need to catch up on the conversation as well. I will add some notes based on this discussion to the GitHub issue that he shared. And so far I got Steve's name as a volunteer to form a task force. So I might leave it to him in terms of finding more people, but I'm also here to help with that. So let me know how I can do that. Are there any?
You can me Greg as well.
Awesome.
And Vaino, of course. Vaino is always volunteer.
And Greg. Awesome. Thank you all.
You can write me down as well, Doctor.
And myself, Julian.
So I told you Red Hatters love the task force.
Yeah, we just needed the
No, there's enough
Clickbait.
people. I'll
It's a
drop out.
clickbait.
Okay, great. Thank you all. Looking into people's time zones, it may or may not be the new AC meeting that can be used as one of the places where this gets discussed. We'll look into that, but that looks like a good number of people to start to work on solutions. Thank
What
you
time
all.
is the AC meeting going to be at now?
We haven't decided that yet. We just decided that it would be the community so far on this call preferred having one time slot and optimize that for Europe and Asia Pacific.
Right. Yeah.
So,
So, but for next week, at least same time for now.
yes, it is the same time for now. Since we didn't make a decision on exact time slot, I will create a poll and well a GitHub issue and then a doodle poll, or if that's not
Gotcha.
the best tool, I'll look for another one and then we will decide. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah, this is why I mentioned maybe we might want to have a CI breakout that's more friendly, as so that folks like Gabby and Viner and potentially Aurelian could more easily join, rather than packing it all into the AC. But yeah, we'll wait and see
Yeah.
what happens.
No, I like breaking it out. I like that idea. So thank you all for volunteering. And are there any last minute thoughts, questions to the CI topic before we move forward? If not, then let's see how much energy we all have left for the last two topics. Worst case scenario, these will be just heads ups. The first one is the Kata user survey. James reached out with the desire of getting more responses to have more information about how people are using Kata containers, what their preferences and priorities are, what their challenges are, and those kind of things. I did aggregate the 2023 survey results, but it's only a handful, so it's not like hundreds. The question is how we could work together on increasing the number of survey responses. So raising awareness to the survey and encouraging more people to fill it out. I linked the current survey form to the PTG Etherpad, as well as the email that I sent out with the aggregated results for 2023. This is also the time when we can revisit if you all still like the current survey questions, or should that be updated as well to, on one hand, be as informative for the community as possible, on the other hand, making it as easy as possible for people to fill it out. Because it's one thing for people to be aware that the survey exists. The other thing is that if it's too long or way too complicated to fill it out, then people tend to not finish it. James is not here anymore, but if anyone else has any thoughts or ideas or preferences with regards to the survey, then I would love to open up the floor for any comments or questions or ideas.
I will send a message to the internal Red Hat Slack channel to ask someone to fill this survey in the name of the company.
That would be great, thank you. And if anyone is providing any kind of a support for Kata and you have users, customers, please encourage them to fill out the survey.
Oh, good idea. Yeah.
And yeah, if I think we James added the survey link to the release notes or release page and one other place on GitHub. It is also available on the website. I'm trying to put it into the Open Infra newsletters when we have a new one coming out. And we'll probably also look into adding the survey link to the end of any new blog post that we have coming out about Kata. If anyone has any further thoughts and ideas also on where else to put the survey link, please let me know. If that's something that I can fix, I will look into it. If not, then we'll work with the community to get the link up to that location. So I'm open to any ideas in terms of how to make the survey more visible. And also please let me know, or if anyone has comments here, we can look into getting any updates into the forum as well. As we don't have a lot of time, I don't think we should go into reviewing the survey form now, unless people would prefer doing that. Okay, any further questions or comments to the survey? If it's crickets, then we can plow forward to Kata documentation. The motivation to put the topic on the PTG agenda was coming from an effort over the second half of last year. I think Triva has been looking into trying to create a more of a central documentation site for Kata containers. The idea would be to have a docs.katacontainers.io or similar web page where people can access documentation for Kata. This is especially related to more user-facing documentation. When it comes to developer documentation, we can always think about whether or not it makes sense to centralize that. One thing to note is that I don't have the whole history on what happened last year, but when it comes to ongoing efforts into improving documentation and talking about a central site, the idea is to not move the documentation source out from the current repos where it currently lives. It is more about creating a centralized view of existing documentation source if there is a desire to do that. So that's the driving force in terms of documentation related conversations. And I also wanted to provide the opportunity to people to share any feedback that you all have about documentation or any well, not requests, but any desires in terms of how to improve the Kata documentation. Does anyone have any thoughts or feedback or questions?
I think we've discussed this before, but I guess maybe similar to the user survey, we're probably the wrong people to give much feedback on the user documentation because developers are terrible for that, because we go, oh, well, we know how it works, or we think we know how it works anyway. So yeah, I think, yeah, exactly, getting feedback from actual users. But in general, I think a central view of documentation, especially if we can isolate this is the user-facing documentation, would be a good idea. Yeah, I'm not sure from the various efforts and attempts I've heard over my time in Kata if there is much, I won't say willingness or motivation, I think that's the wrong term. I don't think there's necessarily much extra capacity to do too much, or there's not going to be, even Finer might not volunteer to do a big doc project, which
Yes, sure. Yeah. Just kidding again.
which is probably not a great reflection on us as developers, but I'll speak for myself. I'm not great at writing documentation and probably don't prioritize it as much as I should do. But that doesn't mean we don't have a doc problem.
That makes perfect sense. I mean, one thing that I've heard in the past is that currently the documentation is a little, I don't know what's the best word, fragmented. So you kind of need to know where to look for it in order to try to find what you're looking for. So from the perspective of a new user who doesn't know where to look, things can get hard to find. I also heard from other sources that for people who are more development focused and developers, it's not a problem if the documentation is all over the place in the different GitHub projects. So obviously from developer and development perspective, we don't really seem to have a big issue or problem. When it comes to users, it's, yeah, I'll definitely try to look into finding ways to get more feedback, because if it might be a roadblock for anyone that they couldn't find what they were looking for in the documentation and that kept them back from using Kata in the first place, then it's definitely a problem. It's also a harder one to know and identify. And when it comes to people to work on documentation, like having a central view for user facing documentation, I think that's more tooling than actually writing them, because in my understanding documentation does exist. It's just the central view that doesn't exist today. At the same time, if this is not a priority for the community at large, and we don't have at least a small group of people who would say that, yes, I'm interested in maintaining tooling to have a central view for documentation, then I will definitely not push for doing this, because like it's one thing to put it together. Any one person can put it together, but if there's no one to care for maintaining it long term, then I don't think it's a good investment to do for one person, because having places to find documentation that is maintained, even if it's fragmented, I personally think it's better than having a central view that gets broken and we don't have anyone to fix it or even recognize that it's broken.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I'm just taking some notes if there's anyone who tries to catch up on a few things from the Etherpad.
And I guess there's also, maybe not the immediate focus of this, but developer documentation is also useful, like people who are new joining into the community to keep things up to date. It's always good to understand their sticking points. And like, yeah, that was how I first wrote my PRs for Kata. As I went through the dev guide and stuff didn't work, so I raised PRs. But people like, I think I saw Lukash did some on the Cloud API adapter repo the other day, and it's just really useful to see both kinds of documentation improving. And equally, if people, either probably most people on this call, well, especially still on this call, have got more experience, but if you've got new people on your teams who have struggled, then please raise that and let us know. And it might be that we invite those new people to help solve the problem after we can hopefully fix it, get them to update the doc. But yeah, devs and users alike are great to get feedback from.
I like the
we also have a group, a GitHub group. I'll paste it the name in the chat. This is the group that gets notified when a document is changed, or as part of a pull request, changed or deleted or whatever. maybe we should, I don't know, look at the people that are in this group and reset it. Add new people that is interested on documentation, removing the ones that are no longer helping. But the fact is that at least in terms of reviewing the documents that are contributed, we used to use this group for notifying people that are coming changes to the documents, and that should be reviewed.
Is it still the case that you have to have somebody from this group signing off?
Yes.
When you have a doc change, which I know that's why Fabiano added me to the group, was because I reviewed something and it still said it needed someone from the doc team. So he went, "Oh, I'll add Steve to the doc team, and then that will resolve it." Which maybe isn't. Maybe there's not a big set of doc specialists, but yeah, I think as a general thing, reviewing some of the groups would be a good idea anyway. Like, I've certainly noticed some of the admins and owners and stuff like that have a lot of people who aren't active anymore, but, or like have since moved, stuff like that.
That makes sense. And yeah, I mean, keeping these groups up to date is, yeah, it can get tedious, but it is useful, useful to do. So we don't rely on someone who's not that active anymore. And also give the responsibilities to people who are already somewhat doing the job anyway. Well, both the recognition as well as owning the responsibility.
Maybe we can ask people also if they want to continue on the list or not. So they have, ownership.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Makes sense. Or we just say anyone who's on the 42 members of the tests team is automatically on this task force. And then people want to remove themselves. But that's an example of a team. The tests team was used in the Jenkins state. I don't think it changes your permission to trigger. I guess it still does the 2 ARM tests we have in Jenkins, but not super useful.
Well, if you give a shout out to the people and give them action items, then you will probably very quickly know who's still active and invested in being in the group.
But some people, I don't know, I guess you can remove yourself. But if you're not a maintainer, you can't cull people like who have left the project, who for instance. So who are less likely to come in and remove themselves from the team, unless we do lots of spam.
Got it. Well, a cleanup process is a good idea anyway. Yeah. At least when with these groups, there's an initial set of people who we can reach out to on certain topics, and then we'll see if that was a good start or we need to look elsewhere too. Okay. Any other thoughts related to documentation? We also dropped into a tiny group of people now, so we only have 10 minutes left. So thanks everyone for sticking it out till the end. Are there any topics that we haven't touched on today, or even if we did, that anyone wants to share any thoughts, comments about, or wants to put it on the radar?
I guess in terms of we have had some discussions before in AC meetings, but in terms of project health stuff like just the number of PRs and issues we have um, is something that we should probably address. But I don't. We have made some steps. So we added the stale bot, and it's been, I think we set it for 6 months. So PRs that weren't touched within 6 months would be removed, and I do see it working, but yeah, it might be that we should have a discussion on an AC call about if that's working, or if we want to do something different, or if we want to make it work for issues as well as PRs, or change it from 6 months to 3 months or something like that. Because we've still got, even though we've got the 6 month stale bot, we've still got 185 in progress PRs, and quite a few of them are active, but I'm sure some of them are not.
Is is some of the background issue that there isn't enough review bandwidth, or
I think there's an element of that, but there's also I'm looking at the oldest ones, so obviously it's a small percentage, but we've got a whole load which are from 2002, which are either probably outdated, or just either drafts, or someone didn't care about them or accidentally opened them or something like that. Sometimes people create stuff for testing purposes. I'm not sure why Stalebot hasn't been in and looked at these, because there's like at least sort of 30 odd that are from 2002, so that should have been picked up. So maybe we do need to check. But yeah, you'd say if you've not touched it for over a year, it's probably just not something we want to spend any time reviewing. But it doesn't help that we tend to look at the top of the list more frequently. And then in terms of issues, yeah, there's just when you've got 1,250 issues, then there's just a lot of stuff to go through. And again, we've got issues, a whole load of issues about improving coverage in the oldest ones, which James raised 4 years ago, and you're kind of like, no one's gonna go back 51 pages looking through. So maybe we say, at least, because Stalebot prompts, like I saw a success, so somebody revendered a version, and I was helping them trying to get the tests pass, I guess 6 months ago, and it all went quiet from them. So I went, oh, okay, they've obviously moved on to other things. Stalebot came and flagged it, I think it was yesterday, saying, this is stale, we're going to close it if you don't do it within 7 days. And that was the nudge they needed, because they came back and went, oh, I've rebased it now. Steve, can you help me to do the testing? Which is great. So I think it is potentially working, but might be a good discussion to have, and especially see if we can identify why some of them are not working quite as they should do. If we've got stuff that's 2 years old.
I think this is a very important topic, and I only asked the question to just really making sure that we are not addressing a social challenge with tooling. At the same time, I do have the experience too that there are just things that are abandoned, or like issues that are not issues anymore, because the community progressed so far with releasing new versions and it might have gotten fixed over time or just not relevant anymore for the new versions. So there are a lot of reasons why something gets abandoned, and reducing the number of open issues as well as open PRs is always a good idea.
Yeah, it's not the best reflection on the sort of project health, and yeah, could potentially put people off if they come in and go, oh, I'll make a PR and go, well, it's already 185 on here.
Mm.
But yeah, I have actually seen the reason it's not doing the old ones is because there's a start date. It only kicked in, well, it was set to kick in from PRs created after May last year. So we might just chat with Fabiano and see if we can work out, do we still need that start date limitation, or can we just remove it and let it hoover up the old ones as well?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, in terms of also like project maintenance, just anyone who's currently active is just daunting to see the large numbers, and then it just keeps growing. So yeah. I added a note that it would need to be discussed on an upcoming AC call, asking the question, is there an issue created for this where people can just kind of go and follow up on conversations if they are not able to attend the calls?
That is a great point. I guess we did have an issue for it when we first addressed it, if I can find it. But otherwise, I can create one. Yeah,
I mean, if it's still an issue, then reopening the old one or creating a new one, I think would be a good idea, just so that we can also track whether or not we made any progress on it. Thanks.
Yeah, we have an issue, but it's quite sparse because it was we had a discussion in an AC meeting and the issue was created after. It didn't necessarily encapsulate things.
Mm.
So I can create a new one though. I'll focus on the issue stale bot rather than maybe the start one. I can probably try and work that out offline.
Okay, that sounds good. That would be great. Thank you. And hopefully we will not have the new issue end up as a stale one.
I'll give it the stale tag label straight away, so it'll just get hoovered up within 7 days, and then we don't have to worry about it.
It was a long PTG session, so I'm just having bad jokes now. Bad dad jokes.
I started with bad jokes, so yeah,
Okay.
thanks Ildiko for facilitating and running the session. It was good.
No, thank you all. I really enjoyed the conversations. I think we got into a deeper dive on a few of them, so I was really happy to see that. And thank you all for sticking it out till the end. And I will post the link to the recording into the PTG Etherpad, and I will also share it on Slack, so people who were not able to participate can listen back to bits and pieces. I will also go back and see if I remember where things were discussed. So I will update the schedule so people can have a rough idea where to click in the recording if they don't want to listen back to 5 hours of discussions. So thank you all, and have a great rest of your day. And yeah, see you all on upcoming AC meetings and Slack and all that.
Cheers, everyone, and speak soon.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.